because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, They've got great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
My experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful.
I'd like to call the May 7th, 2024 Mendocino County Board of Supervisors meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Supervisor McGordy.
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Here.
Supervisor Hashak.
Here.
Supervisor Dirty.
Here.
Supervisor Williams.
Good morning.
At this time, we will begin the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Thank you. We are now on item 2, public expression. Public expression is the portion of the agenda that allows the public to speak for 2 to 3 minutes on any item of interest so long as it is within the subject matter jurisdiction. While members of the public are welcome to address the board under the Brown Act, the board is prohibited from engaging in deliberation or taking action on items that are not on the agenda. Any member of the board is welcome to add an agenda item to a future calendar by working with the chair and the clerk of the board. If you wish to provide comment on items of interest within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board that are not on the agenda, please come forward at this time. If you could please form a line at the podium so I can tell how many speakers we have, that's helpful. If you are on Zoom and wish to make public comment, please use the raise hand feature or press *9 if you are calling via telephone. And if you could state your name for the record, that is helpful. Please come forward.
Priscilla Tarver, been here many times. And I'm sad that we're back up here because to address all of you, especially your CEO and whatever that lawyer guy was that we watched on Zoom, to see that all of a sudden everybody got stupid and doesn't know how to do a contract for union negotiations. That's so pathetic. We had the time, we met last time, there was a verbal agreement, all that was left to do was finalize the language. All of a sudden, nothing, everything's taken back. I don't understand you guys. You know, at $80,000 a year, I guess you really don't care about anybody else. But here is everybody out here who doesn't make that money, who takes care of people's lives, and I'm amazed that you guys cannot be trusted at your word. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. And I think you guys need to rethink who you are, what you're sitting up there for, and do the right thing. People need to pay their rent. Bills are coming in. Apparently, incomes are not going up, you know, and we can't go on strike because we can't abandon a client. I don't know I don't get it. It's not like you've never done this before. It's just all of a sudden you decide not to do it. You know, I'm a person of God and I'm so mad. I don't know what God's going to do to me later, but I'm just going to tell you right now, I'm praying His wrath upon you guys who are not doing the right thing.
Priscilla, as always, we thank you for your comments, and to everybody in the audience that approaches the board, if you could go ahead and direct your comments to the chair. And also, you know, we are a small community. We all work together, and we just appreciate a level of passion that also, you know, is fair and thoughtful. So thank you very much. Next speaker. Thank you, Priscilla.
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Gizmo, and I am directing the board on a different subject this morning. I'd like to talk about our fire safety. We have an issue here with people dragging trailer chains, and I have directly have been to a lot of the places where they sell these trailers, and the trailer warning sign actually on how to hook the chains does not indicate directly what the California code is written. And so I produced a letter that I am planning to send to Caltrans and the CHP, the Department of Motor Vehicle Safety Division, and Mike McGuire's office, and Senator Thompson, that to have the state produce a sticker which directly relates to the California Vehicle Code, section 29004, or paragraph C. No more slack may be left in a safety chain, cable, or equivalent device than is necessary to permit proper turning when the drawbar is used as a towing connection. The safety chain, cable, or equivalent device shall be connected to the towed and towing vehicle and to the drawbar, so to prevent the drawbar from dropping to the ground if the drawbar fails. This information is supposed to be produced at the point of sale, and the person at the point of sale is supposed to give this information. Obviously, our last trailer chain fire, which was in September, up on the hill, this is an issue less than 12 months ago. So I'm going to go ahead and read the letter, and I'm looking for an endorsement from the board. And if I need to get on the agenda for next month, I will. We at the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors agree with Gizmo, who has formatted a solution for fire prevention. Gizmo strongly suggests, as a matter of public safety and California state responsibility, that all ball-type draw-style trailers sold in California require a sticker that directly reflects the California Vehicle Code, Section 29004, Paragraph C, and a best practice towing and trailer safety YouTube-type video easily played on your device, along with a paper pamphlet handout in English and Spanish. The video should be required to be watched at every point of sale. Pamphlet handouts should be mandatory for every traffic stop by the CHP when involving a ball-type drawbar style trailer. Pamphlets should also be made available at the CHP, DMV, and local libraries. We believe that this three-pronged educational approach, video, pamphlet, and sticker, is a necessary step for our essential fire safety. Our last determined trailer chain fire was in September of 2023 and less than a mile from the CAL FIRE headquarters on the 101 Ridgewood grade on the south side, with multiple ignition points and resources spent extinguishing the fire and trying to locate the vehicle. Please implement these programs with the utmost expediency in 2024/2025. Furthermore, take into account the psychological effects, not just the monetary, that the trailer chain fire would have on a small community.
Gizmo, we
whose
thank you for your
residents have
comments, but
already
we do
endured
have
a
several people
catastrophic
that
event.
want to speak, and I'd be happy to work with you on your letter. So thank you
Thank
very
you.
much for coming today, and let's correspond after. Thank you.
Hi, I brought materials for the board to follow along with what I'm about to say. If you want to take them, it'll be more enjoyable this way. My name is Megan Wolf. I'm from SEIU 1021 Executive Board, and I'm a library assistant at the Ukiah branch. And I'm here today to talk to you about our amazing libraries. If you'll follow along, I've written this book called If You Give a Mouse a Library Card, inspired by If You Give a Mouse a Cookie. If you give a mouse a library card, he's going to check out a big stack of books because he loves to read. When you tell him that the library provides much more than just books, he will ask you to tell him everything he can possibly check out. So you tell him about checking out DVDs, CDs, seed packets, museum passes, board games, video games, state park passes, hotspots, Chromebooks, book on CDs, energy-saving toolkits, cooking kits, and the Ukiah branch even has ukuleles. When you tell him there are 6 library branches across Mendocino County and a bookmobile and an outreach van, he's going to want to visit them all. When he asks you, what if the library doesn't have the book I'm looking for? You tell him they might be able to get it from you from a library in Lake or Sonoma, or another way through the Zip Book program or interlibrary loan. When he asks you how Grandpa Mouse can get books because he isn't able to leave his house, you tell him about library by mail. When you tell him the library offers more than just materials to check out, he will ask you to tell him everything. So you tell him about free Wi-Fi, public computers, access to printers and copiers, therapy dogs, story times, summer reading programs, kids farmers market, book clubs, craft time, poetry events, art, educational workshops, tech help, and more. When he asks you if the tech help could help him with learning how to use ebooks on his tablet, you tell him that tech help can give him help with many more things. Read it in yourself. When you tell him we haven't even discussed all the digital services the library provides, he will want to visit mendolibrary.org so he can find out about everything. When he asks you, what is your favorite thing about the library, you will tell him The best part about the Mendocino County Library is the library staff who work hard to provide all these services. The library is able to offer so many resources thanks to library staff working hard to find grants to fund many of the awesome things we provide, like Chromebooks and programs like Lunch at the Library. You tell him that library staff wear a lot of hats and have many different responsibilities and support a diverse community with many kinds of needs. While they all love to read, they definitely don't spend all day at the library reading. They are working hard, helping our communities access what they need. Library staff make our libraries the heart and hub of their communities. And once he learns about all the wonderful library staff, he's going to need to visit the library again tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And
In solidarity with my fellow SCIU folks.
have a nice day. Thank you.
That was awesome. Mark Donegan, self-healing practitioner and educator, ordained minister, aka Goldilocks. Gratitude and appreciation. Farmers market always. Last week I had trouble finding gratitude and appreciation, so this week I tried not to reach too far. And I try to make what I talk about applicable to as many people as possible. So we've had some hard times. And this Great Reset, I have no one has any clue why or where it's going. And we have a lot of financial problems in the county that are going to be discussed today. And I'm just wishing you all luck with that. I'm glad that everything's out now because that was something I asked for. So thank you for that. But the farmers market last week, we froze our butts off. And, you know, we have our loyal customers that come, and that's as impressive as the vendors showing up all the time. So we were all geared up and ready to go, and yeah, kind of like nobody showed up. And I think I mentioned it last time. I would really appreciate to see more patronage at the farmers market. And it was wonderful that the library lady was up here because they are part of the farmers market. And I have always pushed to bring children's activities to the park during the market time and during the weekend, because I feel that's a way to bring business downtown, to enliven it. And that was another thing that was discussed in the last couple of weeks, kind of out there, how this town's dying. People are looking around and seeing this town looking like our small towns off in the hills that have already died. And I've had a couple of people from out of this town come to me and say, what's wrong with this place? So it's not natural and normal to the current situation. We're at the extreme edge of that. So in that extreme edge, the farmers market, these people just hustle their butts off. And this last weekend, I couldn't believe all the different hustles that were going on. I was trying to keep up with them all. People sharing kitchens, getting their licenses to share kitchens, all these little details that have to be done. A couple of these people I've known for a couple of years. And, you know, they started these businesses and they're walking them through these hard times. So we need to support small business. And most people should know the numbers that anytime that we don't support small business, that money's just gone out of the county. So, yeah, I appreciate all the hard work that you do. I appreciate all the hard work that the people at the market do. And good luck today, because I see that calendar's really full. Appreciate your hard work.
Thank you. I do have some hands on raised. I'd like to take the folks in the room first, so please come forward and state your name. We're on the public expression, non-agendized items.
Hi, good morning. Chairperson Mulhern, Board of Supervisors, CEO Antle. My name is Terry Tosti. I'm a program specialist too for public health emergency preparedness and a second-generation Mendocino County employee. I want to make this perfectly clear that I made the decision to speak in front of the board today. I was not asked by anyone in a place of influence to be here or to say what I am going to say. I am not seeking a raise or a promotion or good standing with anyone. I am here because I want to be. If you know me, you know my character. I started my career with Mendocino County 3 years ago. Took on an extra help position as a contract tracer. during the middle of the COVID pandemic. I never thought the county was somewhere I would like to work or could make a difference at. However, I seen the good that was coming from public health, and with nothing being asked in return. The task was simple, and at the end of the day, I felt like I made people's lives better. During this time, I had the opportunity to work with some amazing people, and they wanted to grow with the county as well. I love that the hardworking people that I started this journey with as contact tracers are now permanent county employees. About 2 years ago, I became a permanent employee. My journey, it wasn't easy. I had a few different supervisors and managers, jumped into a few different positions, and I felt the stability of a tightrope. Although I was able to see the end of the COVID pandemic, there were some internal changes in public health that made me even more uneasy. Some say that change inspires us. I feel these people must be referring to the bottom of a financial statement and not employee morale. Time goes on and the dust settles. Public health emerges with new leadership and guidance. My role for public health becomes more focused. I enjoy being part of public health emergency preparedness. I'm feeling more stable and secure. I no longer focus on the tightrope, but the platform ahead. Workers are smiling and getting along. The hallways and doors are decorated and personalized with bright, colorful displays. Things like working in your job classification means nothing when someone needs help. The word no is removed, and we figure out how to get to yes. Public health and behavioral health are functioning as one. Our goal is simple. We are here to help the county. Am I wrong about change? Speaking for myself, I enjoy my job, and I take pride in being a Mendocino County employee. I understand that not everyone will share with my thoughts, and that's perfectly fine. I speak for myself, and I do not need anyone to do that for me. Is MCPH and behavioral health perfect? Nothing is, but we are chasing excellence. I am here to say that I have found my work home, and a home is nothing without a family. Most of all, I have found something to believe in. Before I leave, I will leave you with this quote from some unknown. Don't be afraid of change, for it is there that you find your purpose.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, board. My name is Leticia Guerrero. I'm coordinator for SCIU here in Region 6, and I've also been a provider 10 years previous to working with the union for the last 9 years, and I'm also a provider taking care of my adopted son here. But today we're here because we are thankful and grateful for the place that we are at, and we really hope that this week it'll be the week that we can really finish this contract and get it signed and done and over with. Members don't have the time or the capacity to keep coming in here and begging and pleading with you guys. Our dearly beloved Beverly, who was on a bargaining team, and you guys are very familiar with her. She was probably here every single board meeting, told everybody about the union. She was up and down, and just she put in a lot of work, and she didn't get to see the fruits of her labor. So we want to honor her tremendously this week by making this a final thing. My sister here says she prays the wrath of God. The wrath of God is a scary thing, but I do pray that the Lord puts it on your hearts that you guys are responsible for taking care of the vulnerable in this community. This is your community. You're placed in positions in those seats for a reason, to take care of the most vulnerable, to take care of the elderly, to make sure that they are cared for. And if I'm telling you, if you guys knew the story of this kid, he's one kid. I don't live in Mendocino, but half of my family does. My father, they've lived here 30, 40, 50 years. I grew up here when I was younger. But this young man here, the county didn't have the capacity to find a home for him. 12-year-old disabled boy, one. If our caregivers sat down, all of them, and didn't go and provide the care that was needed, You guys would have a big mess on your hands. You don't have the capacity to house all these elderly or the disabled children in this community. You have a wonderful community. I keep hearing people coming up here and how they're influenced by how the community works, and you guys have a small community. You guys are close and tight. Value the work of these workers. Value the resources that are out there. I know the 211's here too. They're a great resource. Y'all need to keep them going, because they're a resource to our providers too. When our providers are struggling, they don't have shampoo or conditioner or just anything. It's getting really tough. It's getting really tough, not just for our providers, but for everybody out there. But you guys have the power and the ability to change that for these workers. You guys are so close. You guys are right there. We're right there. We just need to put that pen to the paper. Thank you.
My name is Tyler Joseph Girl. I just want to say I need a contract. Thank you.
Tyler. Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Siva Jameli, and I'm sure you guys are tired of seeing us at your meetings. Well, what's the remedy for that? Give them their contract. Put your name on the paper. It is time. In your county, the living wage is $23 an hour. They're not even halfway to that amount of money. You have the power to give them the wages they need to pay their rent, which doesn't wait for you to sign a piece of paper. Their rent's still there every month. Their electric bills, their groceries, they've gone so sky high that they need this wage raise because of that. And because they do valuable work. I don't know if you know it, but Taco Bell gets $20 an hour now. Guess who got that for them? It was our union, working hard. Why do we have to? Do you guys have to negotiate for your contract every time it's up? I don't think so. You get your paycheck. We have to stand here and beg to get our money that we deserve because of who we're taking care of. Remember, someday you might be one of those people that needs our help. We can't keep workers. We can't bring good new workers on because they don't pay enough with IHSS. That's sad. It's very sad. Beverly is in heaven watching us as an angel, so please, she's watching over you folks. You better do what you're supposed to do. Look out if you don't, because I'm sure she's looking down on us right now. She was 80 years old. I'm going to be 70 in October, folks, and I can't quit my job because I'm the only one. No one's going to pay my rent if I'm not working. Are you going to be working at 70? Will you be going in, cleaning people's floors, helping them clean up, giving them showers? You say, maybe looking at me that, well, if your pay's so bad, why are you still doing it? 31 years. Because the people need us. They need us. They're happy to see us come. Some of us work for people who have no one. No neighbors, no friends, nobody to come in and check on them. Except for us. So please, please, search your heart and put that pen in your hand and sign this contract. And quit making us have to come back and beg for it. When the contract's up, give them their raise. Don't make them have to come and call and talk to you for a year. Beverly was 80 years old, was still working IHSS because her retirement, which we don't have, wasn't enough to pay her rent and utilities. So she was still working the weekend before she died. She was rallying for people that were running for office.
Thank you for your comments today.
You're welcome. I hope you listen.
I hope
and
you
I hope
have a
you
nice
do
day.
it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Madam Chair. My name is Tara Blue Cloud. I am a Mendocino County resident. I am also an IHSS provider as of March this year. So this is a big industry shift for me. I do have a background in medicine, but then I moved to Mendocino County in 2006, full-time, entered the cannabis industry, bunch of executive positions, great salary, great benefits, all that stuff. My story is a little bit different than a lot of the people here who care for their loved ones and family members. I'm making this industry shift because, like I said, my background is medicine, my background is serving and helping people in the community. I received a call from a dear friend of mine whose wife was coming home from a medical rehab in December, and he said, I can't find an IHSS provider. I said, let me make some calls. I couldn't find anybody for him, so I registered myself. His wife has since passed away. I have taken on 4 clients, 4 recipients in the community, elders, lifelong and multi-generational members of Mendocino County who have no one to support them. I ended up looking at my paycheck and realized I couldn't pay rent. I'm a single mom, I have 2 kids at home, and I literally had to borrow money from my family to pay my bills this month. I did a little more research. I'm not sure what this contract is on the table, but I'm realizing that, you know, like somebody else mentioned, Taco Bell, McDonald's, we have fast food workers making $20 an hour. I have not worked for this wage since 2002 as a medical assistant. This isn't right. This is not right. So very last minute, I didn't prepare any talking points for myself. They handed me a piece of paper and I said, I'll show up last minute, 6 p.m. last night or whatever. I decided to drive down here, introduce myself, and just let you guys know that this is a serious crisis. I get at least 2 or 3 calls a week from recipients looking for providers. Tara, I saw you on the roster. Please, can you come help? I have a stellar reputation in this community. People who see my name on this list are calling and begging me to come and help their loved ones. Their mother who fell and broke her hip. Their, grandfather who had a stroke. We have a lot of community members here who are suffering without the support they need. Their family members cannot take the time off and come and work for this wage to help their loved ones. So this is a serious problem in our area. I personally cannot sustain myself or my family on this wage, which is really sad. I love my recipients. I want to stay with them. But at 40 plus hours a week, I literally made enough minus $100 to pay just the rent. That doesn't include gas. That doesn't include food. I went to a food bank for the first time in my life to feed my children last month because this work is not paying what we need to live. So I personally think that whatever contract is on the table needs to be signed immediately. This is a serious issue. I don't want to end up being someone who needs a care provider and not being able to access one. So, there's not much more I can say about this, but this is serious. That's why I rearranged my schedule to come down here, and this is incredible to see how many people have been fighting for this for so long. My hat is off to you. I have so much love and respect. I can't do this work 40 plus hours a week and make a living. I don't know how anybody else is, but please take this seriously. Thank you.
If there's anybody else in the room that wishes to speak, if you could please stand, and then I will go to online comments.
Well, hello, good morning. My name is Consuelo Rocha. I'm a caregiver, and I'm your bargainer. I'm talking to all the board, not only one. I'm here because I'm going to continue fighting. I want to make you conscious that if you think you're saving money to not do the contract, you're wrong, because care homes are expensive. You're going to be spending more money than you pay to caregivers. I have struggled too. I'm a single mother. I have to, it doesn't match my earnings with all my bills. Now I have big kids that I have to pay for their college, help them too, because they're struggling too, and they both work. My daughter still lives with me. She's 22. And you know what? I'm tired of playing a game of the mouse and the cat. That's what we're playing. It looks like a game. You know, I understand your struggle with your administration, your accounting, but please, guys, you know, really do your job. Not only you, the accounting and the, because you know, I don't know how this shortage came up, but it's not our fault. We're trying to take care. I take care of 3 or 4 people also, and it's hard because I cannot even take care of my own home. I cannot make it with that salary, and I'm really trying, and I'm very good budgeting, good doing my math and trying to stretch my money however I can. We try, you know, you're trying to get, spend in your own town, spend in your own business, but seriously, we can. It's more expensive than what we can handle. We have to buy what we find cheaper and trying to not get food stamps to don't damage our county also, because that's a bit harsh too, asking for help. But that's all the ways we have. Go for food stamps and try to, you know. I'm sad because our friend Beverly passed away before we even signed the contract. We already have almost 1.5 years with no contract. We're not playing here. We're taking care of lives. It's very serious. Like my other coworker said, there's people don't have family members, don't care for them, don't even go and visit. We are like their family. We treat them with love. We are here working because we love our job. Not only for the money. We are love for them and we care for them. Then the truth, please put your minds on it, put your efforts and your knowledge. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Cesar Alvarado with Caregivers Union. I just want to read something from former First Lady Rosalind Carter. There are only 4 kinds of people in the world: those who have been caregivers, those who are currently caregivers, those who will be caregivers, and those who will need a caregiver. Just want to say that we have negotiations this week, and our hope is that next time we're here to celebrate a new contract. Thank you.
Please come forward.
Hi, I was just moved by this group here, and I just wanted to remind the board that if you wanted to access some data that I did on the community assessment, you can access that on NCO Head Start. I'm a long-term resident. I grew up here in Ukiah, and I have witnessed our economy dwindling. I've noticed a trend in a lot of issues when it comes to our economy. I'm really concerned because I've seen bachelor recipients decrease in our county. I assess that we actually have less now, and Lake County has more, because since COVID, we've had a lot of people from the Bay Area move in and take our jobs. And we have a lot of people, our age group 40 and younger, who no longer want to work or live here anymore because there are no job opportunities. So when I hear these people asking for these things that are just basic necessity needs, like a livable wage, it just hurts my heart, because I know firsthand how I had to deal with that myself as well, coming back into Ukiah, wanting to make a change here, wanting to have start a family and have a living wage. It is darn near impossible in this county. In order for a single parent with 2 children to have a livable wage, it is $49 an hour. $49 an hour. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could please state your name for the record, it would be appreciated.
Erica Ramondia.
Thank you. I'd like to now go online to Anna Stockel. This is for public expression for items not on the agenda, and if you are online and wish to speak, you can use the raise hand feature on Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Please go ahead, Anna.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
You can be heard.
Terrific. Thank you very much. I was hoping that getting the vacant member position for the Mendocino Coast Healthcare District Board of Directors would be on the agenda per today. Surely you supervisors have been aware that the district's board of directors was unable to elect a new member and subsequently allowed the 60-day time limit to expire. The district's own survey shows that the public has been losing confidence in the board of directors. I and 2 other community members who care deeply submitted our resumes and our letters of interest. We were all interviewed in the April 25th meeting. Those documents, as well as the video of the meeting, are available on the Mendocino Coast Healthcare District website. Shockingly, during the meeting, 1 board member didn't attend, and another abstained from the vote, consequently preventing the position from being filled on the 25th. I urge you to schedule a special meeting as soon as possible to fill this vacancy rather than wait another 2 weeks for your next scheduled meeting. Having said that, I've been listening to the public comment today, and I've heard this from the IHSS workers previously. I stand in full support of these people, and I want to voice my support. As someone who's been a recipient of, needs, and has a current healthcare worker, I'm shocked too that these people get paid less than the fast food workers. In my opinion, a skilled and experienced healthcare worker should be making at least $30 an hour for the kinds of things they do to help people like me. On a last note, and this is a separate topic, I have been unable to log in for a while now to provide my e-comments prior to your meeting today. I sent a password request and never received the email to reset my password and have not been able to log in and log my e-comments. It is not easy to listen all day in order to find out what a particular issue is going to be addressed and then provide a public comment via Zoom as I am now. At least, at 9 o'clock in the morning, I know I can provide a public comment. I wonder if votes can be taken today if the public cannot contribute comment in advance. I need ADA accommodations, which means I need to be able to submit e-comments prior to the meeting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Anna, for your comments. At this time, I'm going to close the public expression. The board will be moving to the consent calendar. For the audience's information, item 4K has been withdrawn at the department, and item 4L is expected to be heard after the board's closed session working lunch this afternoon. Thank you. I will now move on to the consent calendar. Clerk, has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established.
Board members, are there any items you wish to pull for separate consideration? Supervisor Williams.
3AA.
Thank you.
For separate consideration.
Any other board members with items that they wish to pull? Supervisor Williams, why don't you go ahead with your comments before we...
So I'm not necessarily against this expenditure, but it's coming as a retroactive, effective 4 months ago. There was every opportunity to put this before the board and ask, do we want to engage in such an agreement in concept, even if the exact dollar amount wasn't known at the time. The item doesn't have detail attached. I don't know what services will be provided besides beds. There's no performance metrics. There's no way to verify outcomes. So I guess I'm happy to hear more about it, but I can't support it as just a blank check, and that's what it appears to be. It's disrespectful to taxpayers to 4 months after a contract has begun ask for their public comment because there's no way to go back.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. This is an item that we have previously heard and was discussed by Megan Van Sant. She had mentioned that there were other contracts that would be coming forward. I don't know if Megan is on the Zoom to be able to answer questions about this contract, but this was a previous discussion that we had related to these going out to RFP, going before the continuum of care. Certainly, you're welcome to have your opinions about contracts and what information you'd like to see in them. So thank you very much for your comments. I don't know if anybody from the department is available to answer questions on this particular item. I'm not seeing anybody in the room or on Zoom. Board members, do you have questions about any of the items on the consent calendar? Okay, not seeing any. So are there any members of the public that wish to comment on items on the consent calendar? Please come forward.
Good morning, Karen Lovato, Acting Deputy for Behavioral Health and Public Health. I would like to comment on the May is Mental Health Month proclamation. 1 in 5 adults have a mental health condition each year. Americans, 1 in 20 will have a serious and chronic condition that impacts their ability to complete basic daily activities. 50% of Americans will experience a mental health condition in their lifetimes. And mental health is one of the most stigmatized health conditions, contributing to individuals seeking treatment only between 50 and 60% of the time. In May, we honor those living with mental health conditions by wearing lime green. Behavioral health brings resources and information to farmers markets and health fairs, and we do special events for the consumers of our services. Please support us in honoring those living with mental health conditions and take time during May to honor your own mental well-being. Thank you. Leave these for the board.
Thank you.
Good morning, board. My name is Jill Ailes, CEO Antle. I am here to speak for the Adult Drug Court Proclamation Month. Little background history of Adult Drug Court. Adult Drug Court Options Program was initiated August 2nd, 1996. It originated from the Prop 36 program. California's first adult drug court program began in Alameda County in 1991. Adult Drug Court is a supervised, comprehensive drug and alcohol treatment program for nonviolent offenders. The goal of the program is to help the offender achieve total abstinence from drugs and alcohol, with the offender taking full responsibility for program completion. The focus of the Adult Drug Court is on replacing addictive behaviors with clean and sober lifestyle. The Adult Drug Court program is a voluntary 18-month minimal multi-phase program for the nonviolent offenders found eligible by the drug court team. Eligible offenders are referred to the Behavioral Health Department Division of Substance Use Disorder Treatment, SUDT, to determine suitability for the Options program. Options stands for Opportunities Provided to Interested Offenders Needing Sobriety. Eligible offenders are also referred to the public defender or private defense counsel for explanation of the post-plea requirements. The goals of the drug court program are to reduce drug usage and recidivism, provide court-supervised treatment, integrate drug treatment with other rehabilitation services to promote long-term recovery and reduce social costs, reduce the number of children in the child welfare system, and access federal and state support for local drug courts. Drug courts are devised and serve various populations such as adults, juveniles, repeat drug offenders, multiple offenders, parents of children in the child welfare system, and drug court probation violators, Generally, drug court participants have alcohol abuse and other drugs for 10 years or more and receive little or no substance abuse treatment. In 2006, there were 203 drug courts within 58 counties of the state. Today, there are over 4,000 drug courts nationwide. Since 1989, treatment court programs have expanded from not only serving adults, but include juvenile drug courts, DUI courts, family treatment courts, mental health courts, veteran treatment courts, and tribal healing to wellness courts. The primary goal of the treatment courts is not punishment, instead treatment. Recognize addiction as a disease and aim to treat the chronic disease affecting the behavior and impulse control. The drug court programs are a very hard and rigorous program designed to treat the barriers that inhibit an individual from achieving living a successful and meaningful lifestyle.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Mullen. Good morning, Chair, Board of Supervisors, and CEO Antle. My name is Angel Slater, and I'm the Disaster Relief Manager Nurse over at Public Health, which is led by Janine Miller, and I'm proud to say that she's one of the best managers I've ever had. So if you want to know what Public Health is doing, you can ask me.
I'm Sharon Convery, and I'm interim Public Health Nursing Director.
Today, we want to acknowledge and recognize the 11 nurses that work for public health in addition to all nurses in Mendocino County. National Nurses Week is an annual celebration that runs from May 6th to May 12th. According to the American Nurses Association, this year's theme is Nurses Make the Difference. Nurses have one of the toughest professions around, and it can be a thankless job at times. During this week, we want to take the opportunity to celebrate our nurses, thank them for all their hard work and dedication. Thank you.
And I want to thank you all for acknowledging the contribution of the nurses working in public health by the proclamation today.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public in the room that wish to speak on consent calendar? Please come forward. I do have one member of the public online, and I will go to you, Peter, as soon as the folks here in the room are done with their comments.
Good morning, Chair Mulhern, members of the board, CEO Antle. I have my commanders with me today, Greg Van Patten, my corrections commander, as well as Quincy Cromer, my patrol commander, captains. This week we are going to be honoring the corrections staff throughout the United States who are serving in our county jails, state prisons. Also, next week we'll be honoring our peace officers and Peace Officers Week. Mendocino County has a very long, rich history of having very, very good people working for them. I'm extremely proud of the people I have working for me. I wanted to thank the board again for helping us get the Peace Officers Memorial through. That project was a very big boost and an uplifting thing for our department. We have a lot of people who will stop by and leave flowers on it. We're reminded every day when we walk in. I pray that we never put another name on that memorial, not in my lifetime. I'd like to invite Captain Van Patten up to talk about the correction side of the house.
Thank you, Sheriff, and through the chair, I want to express my honor and privilege to be able to represent the Corrections Divisions for the Sheriff's Office. The Corrections Division is something that is a division that is easily forgotten at times because the division is not an outward-facing function of the Sheriff's Office as the Field Services Division is, knowing that and having served there as a captain for the last 10 years prior to going into Corrections Division. It is a group of individuals that serve with professionalism, with empathy, and with togetherness. They put themselves, their service, above self. And I want to express my extreme gratitude for the recognition and the acknowledgement for their service to the sheriff and the community yourselves as the executive leadership of this county. As you know, one of the basic fundamental responsibilities of the sheriff is to provide a county jail and to staff it and to run it. And he can't do that without the individuals that we have working in the Corrections Division because of what I mentioned to you. The care, custody, and control of the inmates and the incarcerated population that we have in the county jail is a very important service, and they do it above self, like I said before, and I want to be able to tell you that just a mere thank you and the recognition goes a long way. They walk a little taller, they smile a little brighter, and they are able to provide what it is that we need out of them each and every day with a big sense of purpose behind it. That extends also to the NAF care and nursing staff that we have. They work side by side, shoulder to shoulder with a common purpose, common need. Again, thank you so much because this means a lot. And they have noticed that, they appreciate it, they will continue to do the job that they need to do, not only for the sheriff, for the executive leadership that is in this room today, and for our community. Thank you.
Good morning all, my name is Quincy Cromer. I am the Field Services Captain for the Sheriff's Office.
And what I want to talk about, it couples with what the sheriff and Captain Van Patten already talked about, is the sacrifice and dedication that our employees give for field services. And that's the patrol division, the forward-facing people that you see driving around in the marked billboards that are our cars. So their sacrifice usually starts with a 20-week police academy after they finish their background process. And they go to, as of right now, Windsor or Siskiyou. And that's 20 weeks away from their family that they are basically studying every single day and every single night to get through all the learning domains to learn how to do this job. After they return from that academy, they have an orientation period that's usually a few weeks, and then they enter into our field training program, which can also last 18 weeks. So we're talking upwards of a year. There's obviously some extensions that might be applicable depending on the trainees' learning habits, but upwards of a year from the time they are hired by the sheriff's office, went through the academy, and then are on solo patrol by themselves in a police vehicle. So that sacrifice is a year essentially away from their family. And they're doing this because they want to choose to serve our community. And that sacrifice, the sheriff usually says, when they get sworn in, it's usually one of the happiest days of their life. And he immediately apologizes to the family and says, I'm sorry, you're not going to see your loved one on those anniversaries, on those birthdays, on those holidays, because we work when nobody else in the county is working. We have those scheduled shifts at nights, weekends, holidays, when nobody else is working, and they sign up for that. And to have the recognition that you are giving today does mean a lot to these people. And as Captain Van Patten said, they do walk a little taller, and they're a little bit prouder to wear the badge and drive around that car because they know they're appreciated. So as the sheriff said, it was a big deal to the sheriff's office to get the memorial. And if anyone in this room or watching online has not seen it, I implore you to come by the sheriff's office at 951 Low Gap Road and check it out, to view the people that made the ultimate sacrifice for peace in this community while serving this community. And again, I got into this line of work by doing a simple ride-along. So we do have positions, and if there's people watching this online and you're interested, please fill out the form online on our website, do a ride-along. And that was in 2005, and my entire life changed, and I'm very happy for that, and I'm very dedicated to the sheriff's office. But if you're interested, come check out the memorial, and please do a ride-along and learn more about what we do so you know what our job actually entails, and you might be bit by that bug to choose to make that same sacrifice to serve this community. Thank you.
In closing, I wanted to thank the board for the constant support of public safety in Mendocino County. I wanted to thank CEO Antil for being a good partner. We have some uphill battles that we need to face. We need to take them on, and we need to do them together. Anyway, I appreciate this. I know that all of my personnel appreciate the recognition, especially during this 2-week time period. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. At this time, I'd like to go online. Peter McNamee, if you could please unmute and be heard on items on the consent calendar.
Thank you for the opportunity to address your board. I want to start first by saying, I listen to your board meetings as religiously as I possibly can to try to stay up on the affairs that you're trying to deal with as board members. And I want to express that you have hard jobs. It's the challenges that the county faces are immense, and people's tempers and their passions run hot, and frequently you hear all the complaints and concerns, and that's part of the job, and you signed up for it. But I just want you to know that many of us in the community appreciate what you try to do. I also, but specifically, what I wanted to say today was I wanted to talk about item 3T, which the Planning and Building Services has on your agenda today, which is a contract amendment to add funding in order to support a technical advisory group as part of the water study that the county is undertaking as part of the larger local coastal plan update that the county has embarked upon through funding from the California Coastal Commission. I just want to say that these studies, and there are about 5 of them that the county is currently undertaking, are critical to understanding how our county will be impacted by climate change, by sea level rise, and by the indirect consequences of dynamics from exterior to the county, such as economic changes that are going to be impacting us going forward. And so we need to be looking to the future. We can't look to the past as a predictor of what our future in this county will be like. And as we make decisions, frequently large-scale capital investments that have 30 to 100-year depreciation life cycles on them for infrastructure, things like highways, reservoirs, water systems, sewer systems, the kinds of hiring and logistical issues that come with providing services to a community of 90,000, and one that will, in all probability, double or triple in size as we see the ramifications of climate migration on a global scale going forward in the next 30 or 40 years. These studies will be the foundational studies that we'll be looking to give us the answers of where's the water, where can the growth be. And so I just want to say thank you for undertaking this project, and know that those of us in the community are tracking along on this, and we are committed to supporting and being involved to make these studies be as accurate and successful as possible. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. I'm not seeing anyone else in the room come forward for the consent calendar, and I have no other hands raised online. Generally, items that are on the consent calendar are considered routine and non-controversial, but I would like to take this discussion about item 3AA as an educational opportunity for members of the public that may not know. I think, board agendas are incredibly long, and you may miss some things. So if you look at item 3AA in the agreement for the Mendocino Coast Hospitality Center Hospitality House on page 14, it identifies the contractor's roles and responsibilities. As it goes into the contract, it identifies the county's roles and responsibilities. And part of what our service providers that serve our community, especially around homelessness, have to do is participate in things like the Mendocino County Continuum of Care. In this particular agreement, it highlights the need for specific staff members regarding operating expenses, and then talks a little bit about engaging with sheltered individuals and the expectations of what the contractor will do. It also talks about coordinating with other agencies, but in item D on page 15, it highlights achieving the following performance outcomes and measures: ensure that at least 15% of participants will exit to permanent housing destinations, maintain a nightly bed utilization rate of 100%, ensure that at least 98% of participants will have experienced unsheltered homelessness the night prior to project entry, and ensure that 100% of participants complete a CES screening with 72 hours of project entry, and ensure that participants will be enrolled in a project for an average of 90 days or less. Many of the contracts that this board approves on consent calendar have these very similar identifying responsibilities, goals, and objectives. There's a memo attached that talks about the previous service from the Mendocino Coast Hospitality Center and the services that they provided and how many people they served. So with that, I don't know if somebody would like to make a motion for the remainder of the consent calendar besides AA, or?
Move approval of the consent calendar except 3AA.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it. I'd also like to make a comment. And Supervisor Williams has talked about this, about things coming to us retroactive. And this seems to be an ongoing problem that isn't common in other counties. And I would like to see this corrected so that there's fewer and fewer of these kinds of things on the agenda.
Thank you for that. As a point of clarification, in the last CEO report, it included the report that our staff had done that showed that retroactive agreements do happen frequently in other counties. However, they are not listed as an agenda title as retroactive. So you can find that analysis in the last CEO report that talked about that. And also, I think that some of our Staff members have talked about why things are retroactive, and certainly no members of this board or the executive office want to have retroactive agreements, but occasionally things fall through the cracks. Supervisor Hashak mentioned our family resource centers and how challenging it can be to sometimes connect all those dots. We've all had challenges with contracts, getting grants out. We've seen the challenges that we had with the PG&E money and making sure that those got to those departments. Unfortunately, county processes can sometimes take time, and we've come a long way, and I'm proud of the work that our team has done because they've really worked to provide a lot of transparency in our community about the reasons why things are retroactive and updating the board so that we can consider them. Certainly, as you know, I was reminded we're all independently elected, and we can have our opinions about how things should work. I think that it's very important that we work as a team to try to correct them in a united front. And for me, item 3AA clearly identified the roles and responsibilities and explained why it was retroactive. Supervisor Williams would like to have it as a separate vote, so I'll just be looking for a second for the rest of the consent calendar.
I did second it.
Okay, great. We'll vote by the button for the consent calendar except for item 3AA.
The motion carries unanimously.
Great. And is there a motion to approve item 3AA?
I'll move to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Roll call, please. I mean, vote by the button, please. Sorry about that.
The motion carries with Supervisor McGordy and Supervisor Williams dissenting.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to the regular calendar, and as a reminder, item 4K has been pulled at the request of the department, and item 4L, and I'll read the title in case you're in the audience and don't know what that item is. That is, oh, I apologize, it's not item 4. Yes, it is for item 4L. Discussion and possible action to consider an appeal of the Planning Commission denial of minor use permit and variance to establish and operate a gas station with 10 gas pumps, 2 separate illuminated canopies, 28 new parking spaces, landscaping, conversion of part of an existing structure to a convenience store, and concurrent variance for a 65-foot tall business identification sign. That item will be heard after the board's closed session working lunch this afternoon. It's not expected to come back to the board before 1 p.m. So just for anybody in the audience that is waiting for that item, that'll be heard this afternoon. Great. Now I would like to move on to item. That item will be heard this afternoon, not before 1 p.m. That is when, yeah, when the item will be heard and when the public expression will be. Yeah, yes. Thank you. Item 4A, discussion and possible action including acceptance of informational reports from the assessor, clerk, recorder, registrar of voters, acting auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, district attorney, sheriff, and various county department heads or designees. And I do believe that we have a few reports from internal departments and one adjacent or auxiliary department. Please come forward. And if you could state your name for the record and your title.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Council Ross, I'm Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO. So I'm here to speak today. I do not have a proclamation that was prepared for this, but I did want to make sure that we recognize this week, May 5th through 11th, as Public Service Recognition Week. This week has been designated as Public Service Recognition Week to honor employees of the federal, state, and local government and members of the uniformed services. Government workers at all levels provide essential public services to ensure quality of life in our community. Public employees take not only jobs but oaths. Mendocino County benefits daily from the knowledge and skills of employees who are responsive, innovative, effective, and dedicated public servants. Just want to take this time to thank all the public service servants for your daily service and commitment. Thank you.
Thank you. We have additional reports. Please go ahead, Acting Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Sarah Pierce, and then I'll come back to the room.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, CEO Antle, County Council Ross, Sarah Pierce, Acting Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. I just wanted to make a comment on some things that were discussed at the last board meeting. It was the direction of the board to have the Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector Office look to see about changing the wording on our tax bills to say, from county to say ad valorem. That is in the works. If it is not going, we will have it implemented by the next tax bill cycle, if not sooner. I just wanted to clarify that that is in the works. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone in the room?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Council Ross. I'm Jeff Adair, Office of Emergency Services, and the Governor of California has proclaimed this week, May 5th through 11th, as California Wildfire Preparedness Week. The theme this year is meeting the mission through partnerships. This emphasizes the importance of collaboration and collective responsibility in reducing and managing wildfire risk. What citizens can do is create defensible space around their homes through reduction of flammable vegetation, hardening of homes, which is more building materials, making their homes more resistant to fire, developing wildfire action plans, joining fire-safe councils and fire-wise communities. And for more information on these items, the public can visit readyforwildfire.org. Nationally, May is Wildfire Awareness Month. Nationally, they're emphasizing creating an evacuation kit and emergency plan and staying informed through signing up to receive alerts and warnings and familiarizing yourself with burning regulations in your area. Our county accomplishes this. More information is available on mendoready.org. Kind of related, as you know, we have gone to a different evacuation mapping provider, software provider, which is Genesis Evac that came through a grant. That is in place and being instituted, and we are now about to push out advertising through MTA bus ads. And so should be seeing buses on all routes throughout the county, advising people to sign up for alerts, be the first to know, find your evacuation zone, and know where to go. Also, to make a plan now, wildfire moves fast, get ahead of it by visiting mendoready.org.
Thank you. I do believe that Supervisor Williams, did you withdraw your question? Okay. Well, thank you very much for the update. And if you could please include some information in the CEO report about the new evacuation system so that can also go out internally and into the community, we would appreciate it.
Of course.
Thank you. Supervisor Hashak, did you have a question for Mr. Adair?
Oh, I'd like He and his team showed up.
Can't hear you.
Pardon?
Speak in the mic.
Oh. He and his team showed up to the Sherwood Firewise Community annual meeting on Saturday. It was a rainy, cold day, and there was a good turnout, and they were there to answer questions, to show people how to sign up for the alerts and warnings, and it was just to inform the community. And I think that when we build community like that, that's how we're better prepared for any eventual disaster. So thank you.
If I may, through the chair, I think, thank you for saying so, Supervisor Haschak. And I think that's an excellent example of the collaboration that the state is talking about. Collaboration with government, citizens, fire safe councils, that's what makes it work. So thank you for saying so.
Truly.
Thank you very much. And if you'd like to come forward, please.
Good morning. My name is John Harper. I'm with the University of California Cooperative Extension. I am Livestock and Natural Resources Advisor Emeritus. And as of May 1st, I am also off the hook for being the county director of our department. It's always a pleasure to come before the Board of Supervisors to talk about our programs. I think many of you have heard my statements in the past that we are the open door to the whole California. We serve all of your constituents in all the districts here in Mendocino County through our programs in agricultural and natural resources and, of course, our youth development 4-H program. It is my pleasure to introduce Matthew Barnes, who started May 1st as the county director for both Mendocino County and Lake County. This is a unique position, one for us, in that he will be a full-time administrator. And we're looking forward to this from a number of aspects. First of all, it will strengthen our connection with our county partners. We'll not have the added workload of being an advisor, which is pretty time-consuming in itself. So he'll build a better relationship with the Board of Supervisors, and unique to his position in the state, he is also going to be tasked with developing and strengthening our relationship with the tribal communities. So I want to present to you, and I hope you will welcome and work as wonderfully as you've worked with me in the past. And I'll let Michael speak for himself and introduce him to you now.
Thank you. Before you begin, we are just experiencing a tiny bit of technical difficulty, so if you could speak up in the microphone, that would be helpful. It's a little bit hard to hear, so thank you.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for that warm introduction, and thank you for your time. Yeah, my name is Matthew Barnes, and I'm the new area director for University of California Cooperative Extension, Mendocino, and Lake counties. I bring with me 20 years of experience in direct client service, program development, and program administration with underserved and indigenous communities in Mendocino, Lake, and Sonoma counties. I'm deeply committed to applying my skills and experiences towards enhancing our community's agriculture and natural resources. As part of my role with the University of California Cooperative Extension, I want to focus on bridging university research with our local needs, fostering sustainable practices, and enhancing the economic and environmental well-being of our communities. I look forward to supporting and expanding on the great efforts Mendocino County has already established with UCCE over the years. I'm here to learn from the Mendocino County community, offer our resources, and collaborate closely on projects that can benefit Mendocino County residents. I'm particularly eager to engage and expand our reach to the traditionally underserved communities and tribal communities within our region. Thank you for allowing me the time to introduce myself. I believe there's great potential for what we can achieve together, and I'd invite interested members of the board to reach out to me anytime, and I look forward to our future interactions. I do have with me copies of my resume I'd love to leave, so you can take a look on your own time.
Thank you. It does appear as though Supervisor Jordy and Supervisor McGorty have questions or comments. Supervisor McGorty?
I just want to welcome Matt and tell him that we're really pleased to see this position filled and look forward to working with you and my remaining time as a supervisor, and then continuing that work as a University of California Cooperative Extension Emeritus Advisor.
Thank you. Supervisor Jordy?
I think the University Extension is a phenomenal program in the state of California, and it's a smart investment by the state to invest in new ideas and new technologies that can make the agricultural industry more productive and successful. And so family farms can continue from generation to generation. With the assistance of UC, I'm sure that's many times proven the case. I would love to see the UC Extension here in Mendocino County try to work with the Community Foundation of Mendocino or other organizations to establish an endowment that would allow the programs to expand and be sustained into the future. As you know, the County of Mendocino has a very meager tax base, and our dollars get spread in multiple directions. Our budget is basically a rubber band that's been pulled to the point of breaking point. And I think it'd be really smart for UC Extension employees to be working with their community partners, whether it's the Community Foundation, just local farmers in the community, to see if people would donate a fraction of their estate in estate planning, so that the foundation could establish an endowment for the program and not be entirely reliant upon a County of Mendocino general fund, which may or may not be available in future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a real quick follow-up comment on that. That already is happening with the Preston Trust Fund for 4-H. So, it's certainly on people's minds, and I think your point is good, and I hope that CD Barnes will take a look at that in the future.
Thank you. And I would just like to encourage you to use the CEO's report as a way to provide information to the public about your programs and any updates that you might have. That goes to the board, it goes out to the community, and it's at least one way to share information. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from department heads in the room? Please come forward.
Morning, Chair Mulhern, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Council, and members of the public. I'm Rachel Ebel Elliott, currently the Acting Assistant Director over your Social Services Department. I am here because on April 22nd, the department learned of the passing of our Child Welfare Branch Director, Gina Connor. I wanted to ask for just a few moments of your time so that I can represent our department to express not only our loss, but also the admiration, respect, and gratitude that we have for having had the privilege to work with Gina over the last 24 years. Social work was actually not Gina's initial career path. She attended Vanderbilt University in Nashville, Tennessee, with the intent of studying law. However, after doing volunteer work with youth at the Nashville Juvenile Detention Center, Gina realized that her heart lay in improving the lives and outcomes for children and their families. Gina received her bachelor's degree in sociology and then her master's in social work from the University of Michigan. And in February of 2000, she accepted employment with the County of Mendocino as a social worker. She then became a social worker supervisor, and in 2013, she became the deputy director over the Family and Children's branch of social services. Gina has had a direct impact on the safety and well-being of countless children within Mendocino County, and honestly throughout the state. She also had been working diligently to improve the workloads and compensation for her county staff. A month and a half ago, Gina spoke in front of this board regarding the proclamation declaring March as a Social Worker Appreciation Month. Last month, she stood in front of the board to talk about the proclamation of April as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Gina was very well respected by her staff and her peers. She was heavily involved in juvenile justice projects, child welfare reform, and also strengthening partnerships with our community organizations, including service providers and tribal organizations. Staff are understandably devastated. In a recent meeting, one of our social worker supervisors remarked that in the private sector, a business might close to allow time for coworkers to grieve. However, for public servants, that's not an option. Unfortunately, abuse and neglect of children does not take a hiatus, and staff continue to serve with resiliency and dedication as an example of the duty that was modeled by Gina Connor as the department works through a transition plan for leadership. I'd like to close with a few messages that we've received from some partners. The Round Valley Indian Tribe sends the County of Mendocino our deepest condolences. Gina was instrumental in providing quality community engagement with our tribe. She will be truly missed. It was an honor to work so closely with her for the last 8 years, sending love and prayers for all who loved and cared for her. We send our deepest condolences to the staff at Children's Services, the Social Services Department in Mendocino County. This is a profound loss to many in our community as well. I still remember the day she came to work for Family and Children's Services, I think it was in 2000, and the many shared moments we had until I retired. It has been a pleasure working with Gina again during the last 4.5 years on behalf of the Caddo tribe of Laytonville Rancheria. We served on many state committees together and have participated in many local events, including the development and as we move towards implementation of our comprehensive prevention plan and the interagency leadership team for the system of care. Such heartbreaking news. Coyote Valley Band of Pomo Indians sends its deepest condolences to her family and friends. She was an asset to tribal processes, and working with her was always easy. She will be missed. We at the Hopland Band of Pomo Indians also send our heartfelt condolences to all that knew and worked with Gina. I agree that this is a major hit as she continued to make herself available to listen to our tribal communities. One thing I will always be grateful for is her ability to know that our fight was never with her personally, but the fight was always for our Native youth and their families. We are remaining hopeful that the next person that steps into that position has the same ability. Allison Book of UC Davis sent, I am so sad and stunned to hear of Gina's passing, as I'm sure you all must be. We are thinking so much of you and your team during this time. I was fortunate to get to know Gina over the last 7 years. She was such a kind person and so dedicated to making child welfare better for her team and for children, youth, and families. I know you know this even more than I do, and my heart is with you all. And the final comment from a current grand juror member. The news is hurting my heart. The world lost a good one. I'm sad, but I also remember the good work Gina and her North County crew does. I'm better for meeting her. Standards, commitment, a true social services warrior. A loss for not just her family and friends, but for the community that she loved. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward and for sharing those thoughts. I know the board is sorry that Gina is gone, and we, appreciate our department and the staff and everybody that's continuing to do the important work that they do. Supervisor Hashak?
Well, I'd just like to say that we're truly saddened by the loss of Gina. And I've been in contact with several people who've come up to me and just said, and they were people who worked with her or are working, have worked, are working, or, retired people, active people. And they're all just devastated by the loss. And certainly, I think Ms. Connor represented public service at its best. So really our condolences to the whole staff, friends and family.
Chair, if I may add, we also received comments from the Mendocino County Courts through the CEO for condolences and sympathy as well.
Thank you. Supervisor McGordy?
Yeah, well, just to echo what Supervisor Hasjuk said, and a lot of empathy to you and your department and colleagues for losing someone who is in the middle of their career and actively working, and I know it's hard for all of you. My heart goes out to you, and hope you can, find some solace in all the good things and all the times when you were happy together and accomplished good things. It's hard to go on, but you have to.
Thank you so much. Are there any other department heads that wish to come forward, or staff? None. Okay, what I would like to do now is call for our 15-minute morning recess. We will reconvene at 10:40 to hear the fiscal items. Thank you.
On things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es algo, un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad y en nuestro caso que estamos solos en este país ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, como hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos. Y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very like rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí la quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her. And
The Mendocino County Board of Supervisors meeting back to order, and we are on item 4B, discussion and possible action including acceptance of an informational report regarding fiscal year ended 22-23 progress. Turn this over to Sarah Pierce, Acting Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, CEO Antle, County Counsel Ross, Sarah Pierce, Acting Auditor Controller, Treasurer Tax Collector. With me today is Megan Hunter, Assistant Auditor Controller, along with Roberto Moreno and Brett Miller from RGS. Thank you for the time today. I do not have a presentation, but I'm just going to go walk through the progress report that we've created. So the first thing I'd like to point out is an overview. One moment. Okay, so the County of Mendocino is the audit progress report. That's going to contain updates on the status of outside financial audit obstacles we've encountered, and a list of pending items we still have to address. A discussion on the teeter plan management. We do want to point out that the presentation today is just the general fund, Fund 1100. Since it's the first time we're really reporting any kind of data, we wanted to narrow it down, and since general fund has the biggest impact, we decided that would be the focus. So I want to, first off, acknowledge the dedication and work that all of the departments in the county have put into completing the 22-23 report, along with a huge thank you to the auditor and treasurer's office. There was a lot of data that had to go into this report, a lot of finalizing numbers, reviewing multiple years of history to get to where we are today. So I think just a huge thank you and gratitude to those departments. The county staff also, with guidance from the Regional Government Services, RGS, we worked to finalize this report. RGS was contracted in 22. We engaged their services in 23. And as I said, was multiple challenges with trying to get to where we are today. So the county is contracted with Clifton Larson Allen, CLA, to conduct the financial audit, single audit, and creation of what's known as the ACFR, the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. The county is on track. We were anticipating it April 30th, but we will be receiving it by May 31st. Today we are actually expected to receive the draft report from them. So the goal is to bring back the finalized report in the beginning of June. So the next thing I'm going to discuss is challenges that we've encountered during this process. The first significant challenge was the equity accounts that the balances for the equity accounts at the end of the 21-22 ACFR. Historically, as we've discussed, has been outside of the munis or partially recorded in munis. There were various adjustments that were compiled into one large entry that was tracked by the outside auditors and updated annually, which made it very difficult to unwind and kind of unpack all of the changes that have been made year over year. The reconciliation resulted in significant adjustments, which I've attached at the back of the report. So the board is aware of what we had to change in equity accounts to make it balanced, the beginning to balance. The general fund equity account also drives the carry forward balance. So I wanted to just point that out. And then some of the governmental accounting, GASB 84, but fiduciary activities were not fully implemented by the county and had to be reconciled by information that was provided to us by the outside auditors. The interest pool, I forgot a word here, says should have said potentially has been over apportioned to other agencies. So this is the investments that we pull in from our investment portfolio. While trying to reconcile accounts, we identified a potential concern about having this interest pool over apportioned. I have spoken with Superintendent Glensner from the schools about this concern because the school district has a significant portion of the interest pool. We have called this out to the outside auditors as a concern. Since we've not seen the draft report, we can't confirm whether our initial thoughts are accurate. I am also working with the Chandler Asset Management, our financial advisors, to understand whether our initial concerns are validated. If they are, we'll have to work with the outside, the affected agencies to potentially recoup those funds. And
we're going to hold questions for the financial reports until the presentations are complete. So if you could just make a note of your questions and we'll come back to them. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, and then the other significant concern we've addressed is the uncollected property tax under the Teeter Plan have historically been tracked outside of Munis. While it has been presented in the ACFR, it has not fully been transparent. So for the next section, I'm going to turn it over to Megan Hunter to discuss the pending tasks.
All right. If I may, through the chair, Megan Hunter, Assistant Auditor Controller. I'm just going to discuss some of the pending tasks that we have to address. And I'm not going to go over every single one. I'm just going to highlight a few of them. One of our main priorities is training departmental fiscal staff. It seems like there's a lot of inconsistencies with what comes to our office, so we'd like some conformity there. And then we need to update some processes and create some procedures and policies that our office doesn't currently have, which will help along with the training. And then we are hoping to work with Munis a little bit better. It's being underutilized at this point. There's like a lot of powerful tools within Munis that could really help us with reporting and just keeping things up to date, such as like our bank reconciliation, tracking fixed asset workflow. So we are working with RGS and internally to determine like all of the different components of Munis that we could use to better help our financial reporting. And then there's just multiple things within Munis, like deactivating certain accounts, and updating all of our policies. And we have some very outdated policies that seem to, they aren't really followed at this point. So they'll be our internal departmental policies. And then there's just, internal training within our own office to, keep up to date with GASB and GAAP requirements. Those are a few of the things that we're working on currently to do so moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I may, through the chair, Sarah Pierce, Acting Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. The next section we would like to go over is the Teeter Plan management. So as part of the close, the staff became aware that the county currently has $14.2 million as of June 30th in defaulted property taxes and delinquent, an additional $8.4 million which will default as of 7/1 or become delinquent as of 7/1 of 23, or did become delinquent. All agencies have been paid their full allotment under the Teeter Plan. The county is carrying this amount as a receivable in the tax resource fund. Additionally, the tax resource was operating in a cash deficit balance. Therefore, the general fund had to have a due to from the tax resource fund of a $5.5 million had to be booked in order to bring that cash balance basically to zero. Lastly, there is a requirement to maintain a 25% of the total delinquent taxes in our tax loss reserve, which required an additional $5.4 million to be transferred from the general fund to bring the balance to the minimum requirement. The county has the potential to recoup these defaulted amounts through the property auction process. The Treasurer Tax Collector's Office anticipates completing a tax sale in the fiscal year 24-25. As discussed before, 2019 was the last time we did tax sales. So moving on to the next section, the carry forward, the general fund, also known as fund balance and also known by the county and the public as a carry forward, is the balance of the general fund which is available to be used in the following years. The anticipated unaudited fund balance for 2023 is $888,425. This is subject to change with audit adjustments, and we'll know the finalized amount when we bring that forward in June. The graph below is a trend of the carry forwards over the last 6 years. As you can see, it's for 22-23, it's significantly lower than prior years. It is uncertain how prior years carry forwards were calculated, based on the fact that adjusting entries were not entered into Munis. So the next section is Our attempt to show a financial report, these are unaudited and subject to change. The fair market value adjustment has been excluded for presentation purposes. I just want to be very clear that this does not equate to a carry forward, as there are other transactions which hit fund balance directly, and until all accounts can be reviewed in Munis for proper setup, the variance total should not be thought of as additional funding for budget purposes. Balances will not total the amount presented in the general fund section of the ACFR once it is presented, as the general fund section in the ACFR also includes funds such as realignment. This is only Fund 1100. So at the end of 22-23, unaudited, we had a revised budget of revenue of $247 million. The actual ended up being $238 million. Expenses were revised budget of $258 million with an actual of $243 million. What I think here is important to point out that while it may look like we were under budget by $5 million, we are still over budget revenue. Expenses are over revenue by $5.6 million. And then down below is a breakout of the general fund departments, their revised budget to actual and the variance and the percent split. The sections that are highlighted in red are those that were considered over budget. And I do call out a few down below. For the larger variances, public health nursing, 4013, excuse me. Sorry, that needed to be corrected. CalWorks and foster care and in-home support services, it looks like they came in under budget by $3.6 million. That is because the department chose to use realignment growth funds to buy down those contracts. So they really did come in under budget based on the revised to the actual. So the next section is the unaudited balance sheet as of June 30th. Once again, this is subject to change and is only the general fund, Fund 1100. The items highlighted in blue below have been committed by the board during the 23-24 budget hearings to be used in 23-24. So you can see the cash and treasury is $25 million. There's various receivable accounts, the due to from fund for the tax resource, and then you come down into your liabilities, accounts payable, salary and benefits, what's considered unavailable revenue, and then down below is your trust accounts and your designated reserves. This is the amount here, fund balance available, that was discussed earlier as carry forward. This is your general reserve, 10.2 million, and so on. The ones, like I said, highlighted in blue have been committed for the 23-24 budget process. And additionally, signs have been reversed from standard accounting practices to help with presentation purposes. And then below, the next section is the long-term debt. It's just a recap of the debt that's as of June 30th. You have your pension obligation bonds of 27, almost 28 million. That will be finalized expenses to departments will end in 25-26. You have the participation COPs, that the certificate of participations that were refunded and additional funds brought in 22 of 20.8 million. You have the landfill closure, some compensated absences, and so on. And then lastly, we tried to present various graphs that will help with identifying how the general fund is allocated. This first section is the net revenue and expenses. We have tried to make this by the functional areas that match the budget book. We're open to suggestions and recommendations on how to better combine these functional areas. They're listed below on what makes up each section. And lastly, we've got the general fund budget units for the salaries. As you can see, salaries is 55%, retirement's about 24%, health insurance 8%, and so on. And then lastly is a graph on the non-departmental revenue. We excluded transfers in and out, and as you can see, property tax is our significant driver, along with sales tax and TOT. I know there was a lot of data, but I'm open for any questions.
Thank you. I do believe that Supervisor Hashak and McGorty have questions, and I see well. So Supervisor Hashak?
Well, thank you very much. This is a big step towards transparency of what's really going on, and I appreciate it. Some of it's hard to digest so quickly, and it's difficult in some ways to see all of this, but it's how we improve the systems that we have. So I really appreciate that. One thing with the actuals on page 5 and 6, that's really great to see, and that's what we've been asking for. I guess for me, when I've dealt with these kind of actuals before, if there's a variance of over 10% from up or down, then it's good to have a notation about what's really going on so that we have an idea. And I know that's asking everyone to report, but if it's because they didn't hire someone or unexpected revenues came in or something, this time of year, you'll see this kind of flux. That just helps us to understand that things are on track or they aren't.
If I may, through the chair, we're open to suggestions on how to present this in the future, so adding comments we can do that.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. I'll leave it for now.
Okay.
Thank you. Supervisor McGorty?
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, this is really exciting to see the order that you're creating in your department and the reporting that's coming out of it, and how much more transparent than it's been in the past, how much more understandable it's getting. So thanks to your team and RGS and the support from the CEO's office, because I know it's a huge team effort. So we recognize a lot of progress has been made here. I wanted to ask specifically a little bit about the interest pool, and specifically for the school funds. Can you explain that a little bit better to me, what's going on?
Sure. So what we have discovered is there has been an accrual being calculated when we are apportioning out each quarter's interest pool. There's concern that that accrual is calculated correctly. So for 23-24, until we can get a better understanding of that process, I have stopped that accrual, because when we went to send out the Q1 and Q2 apportionments, I had realized that the fund is sitting in a deficit balance, and it related to this accrual. So we are working with, like I said, we called this out to CLA as a potential concern, and I have been talking with Chandler Asset Management to confirm why we would be calculating in an accrual. I understand it at the end of the year, but we are also including it in a quarterly adjustment. And so until we have confirmation that our initial analysis is completed, we have not taken any action, but I have had conversations with Superintendent Glensner, though.
So does that mean that the calculation is wrong, or that we've overpaid? Or,
it could be both.
Could be both. Okay.
Yeah, until I have further clarification from the auditors and from Chandler, I can't say exactly whether it's going to be one or the other, but I do believe we have over apportioned and over accrued. But until I can get confirmation, it's just in draft form, and no actions have been taken.
And also with your teeter fund, so what's happened with that? So is this a case of where we haven't collected what's due us, but we've paid out the money? Is that essentially what has happened?
So with the teeter plan, if I may through the chair, the teeter plan has, the biggest portion of this is that we are not completing the full teeter plan management. We have not completed the tax sales, which has caused our cash balance to basically go into a deficit. Additionally, we had not been recording or keeping the 25% requirement of total delinquent secured taxes in our tax loss reserve account. So during this fiscal year, we trued that up, which was a $5.4 million. The bringing the cash balance into a zero balance and not being in a deficit was another $5.5 million hit.
So realistically, what's the time frame for correcting this as much as you can?
The time frame is to start proceeding with the tax sales, which we have all intentions of trying to do in 24-25.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Jordy and Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, so I think the teeter auctions probably are one of the highest priorities for the county, to have the treasurer's office auction off some properties that are default paying their property taxes, so that the county can be reimbursed for having advanced the money under the teeter program to the schools, because essentially the schools and others are getting their property taxes even if the county hasn't been able to collect the money from the property owners. So that's why you have auctions of sales of properties. Often what happens is at the 11th hour, the property owner comes in and pays their property taxes, and the property is never sold, but it's the only way the county can its property tax collected. But second after that, though, the issue I brought up before, and I've spoken with Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce, acting controller treasurer, about is our cash management. And since the Orange County bankruptcy, the state heavily regulated the way county treasury pools are invested. My understanding is they have to be things like FDIC insured investment, CDs, savings accounts, et cetera, or treasury notes, government notes. And, I'm curious what we're really getting. And so I've asked, I'm hoping the board says it's okay that I could meet with our advisors, with Sarah Pierce, prior to their presentation in June. Just a quick scan. The local agency investment fund, which is administered by the state, and almost every city and almost every county in the state put their liquid cash in there, almost like a checking account. Over the last 3 years, it's earned just over 1% on average over 3 years. That's not, it's earning more right now, but average the last 3 years. And, during that same time period, there's many different money market accounts that Vanguard runs, as an example. Their most conservative one is 100% of the money is in federal treasuries or U.S. cash dollars, so you can't get more safe than that because we're talking federal treasury notes. And it's earned over the last 3 years 2.8%, so almost 3 times the rate that the LAIF fund has earned. Not to say that the state of California isn't doing a great job, but I have a hunch we could probably find something better that meets the standards. And the federal money market account, Vanguard, is totally liquid. You could take the money in and out every single day. And that's for the very liquid portion of the funds, and more long term, because it's possible those rates will go down in the future. You could get, through Vanguard and others, you can get FDIC insured CDs that are 5.5%. So I just think it's worth a deep dive to make sure that we're getting what we can out of this, because to take an example, if you could boost your interest earnings by 2% for every $5 million in the pool, you're getting another $100,000 a year in interest income. So, it's significant. So those are the things that I think we should focus on. Probably the teeter is the absolute most important, get those property taxes either collected through putting them up on the auction, having people pay the property tax through that means, or just sell the property and get reimbursed. The way the tier program is supposed to work, which is the county is not supposed to be just forever giving the money out to the local governments. It's supposed to ultimately collect the dollars owed.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, this is the best snapshot I've seen since I've been here. I want to make sure that I thank you and your team. I know this is just the start. We're probably going to see more as time goes on. Deficit spending can be done by our county by underfunding pensions. This county has a history of severely underfunding pension contributions. And I recognize that with moving towards living wages and living within our means, it's likely that we will have to right-size the county. Some of the assumptions that Sarah has made may not hold true because they don't know that the county will be right-sizing eventually. In other words, there could be accrued, underfunded pension obligations that aren't represented in the data presented today. How would you see us capturing that? How often does your office sync with MSERA on the assumptions? Because neither side is at fault. They don't know what we're going to do, and we don't know what our future actions may do to the retirement system.
If I may, through the chair, Sarah Pierce, Acting Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. The Auditor's Office and MSERA, I don't know really how to answer that question. We have not worked so close with it, but the budget team and the CEO office, if I can pass it on to CEO Antle, have been working with the MSERA to understand impacts of of employment and contributions to how that will affect MSERA.
Yeah. So one of those slides or pages had a number of what we're paying annually for previously underfunding the pensions. I think we may be underfunding in present time. This year, I think we may be underfunding, and so we're not capturing just how far beyond our means we're actually living. You're welcome to tell me I'm wrong.
No, if I may, through the chair, I understand what you're saying, but we have not done that analysis.
We don't know the answer, but there's a possibility.
Well, yes, we would need to work with MSERA. I see what you're saying. And MSERA presents this at their board meetings as well. They have a study, so we can work with trying to incorporate that in.
And I'll volunteer Supervisor Jurdy as an expert in this topic.
I see Supervisor Jurdy's pen, so perhaps he has.
So I don't think we're at a point where we're underfunding the pension plan. I think it definitely happened in the past in multiple ways. One, to take the most extreme example, back in the 90s and early 2000s, there were times when the fund, let's say at the time, had an assumed rate of return of 8%. And they said, oh, great, stock market's up, we earned 10% this year. So then they said, oh, okay, we had excess earnings this one single year, and they took the money out of the fund and paid the retiree health care plan. So one, there is no retiree health care plan anymore. Two, that the board's also adopted a policy saying that they'll never declare excess earnings for any other purpose. And there's been a whole bunch of other reforms. Meanwhile, the county's contribution to the retirement system has gone from $8 million to now $30 million a year. The cash flow into the plan between the county, now at $30 million, plus the employees going from 6 to 8.5, that's $38.5 million. The pension fund only needs about $7 million a year at this point from like dividends or interest income, almost nothing out of a portfolio of $700 million. I mean, it's barely a little over 1%. So when you look at a forever endowment, Lenacio Foundation, Community Foundation, they might have a target of 2.5%, 3% of funds investments that could be given away forever, and the fund will always grow. So we're not underfunding the pension plan at this point. It did happen in the past. There's no way you could argue that now.
Thank you for that clarification, Supervisor Jurdy, and thank you, Acting Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, for keeping an eye on that. And certainly, the Executive Office is working with you as well. I just want to say I really appreciate the transparency, and I know that both of the departments that you ladies represent have been working incredibly hard to get us to the point that we're at, and I want to make sure that they know that I appreciate all of the work that they've done, because this is really a very important step forward in transparency. And just to any employees or audience members listening, please know that we are going to continue to work on providing clarifications, as was discussed at the board meeting today, and trying to make it as simple as possible for our community to understand what's happening within the county budget. So I just thank you for your work thus far and for receiving the feedback from the board. With that, Supervisor Hashek, did you have additional comments before I open for public comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to the teeter plan that Supervisor McGordy talked about. And, I guess I'm kind of at a loss of what's happening with, it says when it's therefore a due to general fund and a due from tax resource fund of 5.5 million was required to be booked. So where did that money come from? And is the idea that this selling off the properties in auction will cover that money?
If I may, through the chair, Sarah Pierce, Acting Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. Yes, so basically the general fund took 5.5 million of cash and moved it to the tax resource fund. So what you see in your cash balance and general fund is shorted by 5.5 million to make the tax resource fund whole. And as we sell those properties and the need for, we'll hit the tax resource fund, and then we would move the cash back to the general fund.
Okay, so selling those properties is kind of the key to this.
Absolutely.
How many properties are we looking at selling?
I do not have that statistic with me today. We did notice in April about 300 that were going to become defaulted as of 7/1 of this year. We have worked with those individuals. Some have come in and paid. It's dropped down. I think the last count was it's down to around 200, but we're still working with the affected residents. We will be sending out another official notice in June that they will have till June 30th to come in and either be put on a payment plan or pay their taxes. So that number is continually moving. And those are only the properties that defaulted the last 2 years. Prior to that, I do not have a running list of which ones may have been defaulted and were eligible for sale, but were not sold. The tax collector's office is working on gathering that information.
Okay, so these default properties are probably undeveloped parcels for the most part.
It could be.
So if we have even 1,000 of them, and that's a lot higher than the numbers you're talking about, they'd have to sell for $5,500 each to get to that 5.5 million. So I'm just wondering if it's realistic to think that we're going to get to the 5.5 doing these auctions, because I don't know if they'll be selling for $5,500 each, and that's 1,000 of them.
If I may, through the chair, without having a complete list, it's hard to answer that question. We are working on gathering and compiling that list.
Okay, so if we don't get the 5.5 million from the auction, then where do we get it from? It just adds to our deficit?
It would add to the, if I may through the chair, your tax resource fund would, your general fund would then fund your tax resource fund. And at that time, then we can discuss, what other options there may be. I do have to say currently, as if we can continue these tax sales, the teeter does bring in almost $1.8 million in penalties and interest that does go against the general fund. So I think that the teeter plan is beneficial if we can continue the entire process. Okay. But without knowing the entire list and what the backlog is, it's hard to say whether the 5.5 million will be made up in total.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to open this item up to public comment. We are on item 4B, discussion of possible action, including acceptance of an informational report regarding fiscal year 2022-2023 progress. And if you are calling in on Zoom, you can use the Zoom feature on the platform, the raise hand feature on the Zoom platform, or *9 to unmute your phone. And if you're in the room and would like to comment on this item, if you could please come forward to the microphone, and stating your name for the record is helpful but not required. Seeing no one come forward in the room and seeing no hands raised online, I'll move this back to the board. The agenda item requested that we accept the presentation.
Move acceptance.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. And I just want to make sure that, do you all have the information that you need from the board?
Yes, it was just an informational presentation, and I just want to, again, thank all the departments and especially the auditor's office and tax collector's office for the significant amount of work that went into getting us to this point.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and just vote by the button on the motion. Thank you.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to item 4C, discussion and possible action regarding presentation of third quarter budget report on the status of county departmental spending and revenues for fiscal year 23-24, and executive office recommendations, approval of the recommended budget adjustments and journal entries, and adoption of resolution amending the 23-24 adopted budget. And again, if board members could go ahead and just hang on to their comments until the end of the presentation, I believe that that will be helpful for the team. Give them a moment to be seated and pull up the presentation, and then we'll begin.
May, while the team gets set up, I too would like to thank Sarah Pierce, along with the Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector's Office. It has been quite valuable, and appreciated the collaboration we've had with that office, particularly in these difficult financial times that we're in. Learning and finding out new information on the fly has been helpful with Sarah to have her and the team at the table. Also, I'd like to thank Tony Rakes and Jessica Sandoval for stepping in to cover this part of the budget presentations that we've been doing. As you know, several of the deputies in my office have been allocated to help in other departments during, again, a stressful time for the county. So with that, I'll turn it over to Acting CEO, Deputy CEO Tony Rakes.
So, Acting Deputy CEO Tony Rakes, I understand that you're trying to get the presentation onto the screen. All the board members have received the presentation. It's part of the public record. So why don't we go ahead and continue, and then as we move forward the presentation, we can see it when we see it.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Mulhern, members of the board. Tony Rakes, Acting Deputy CEO. Thank you for the opportunity to present our third quarter budget report to you today. As Chair Mulhern mentioned, we're just getting the presentation up, so appreciate your patience. So we'll start with jumping into our presentation outline. We're going to be talking today about a summary of our Q3 budget, revenue projections, general fund, summary of our general fund as of Q3, a recommended use of one-time funds. We'll have an update from Museum Administrator Karen Matson about the museum nonprofit model. And then lastly, we'll end with our 2023-24 recommendations. So with that, we'll move right along with our presentation. So here for a summary, we have 4 areas here. We have our overall financial status, which the county is facing challenges with the decrease in consumer spending, which is impacting our sales tax revenue, which is projected to decrease by about 4.69%. Property tax revenues right now are somewhat stable at an increase of 3% from prior year numbers. Some departments right now are expecting, and we'll get into this further on in the presentation, are expecting budget overruns or a budget deficit at Q3. Much of this is due to higher salaries and benefits and reductions in revenue, expected revenue. Again, with revenue concerns, we also see transient occupancy tax, or TOT, is projecting an overall decrease of 12% between both transient occupancy tax and TOT camping. Then we'll also, the use of one-time funds here. We have an increased reliance on the one-time funding for our projections right now for the Q3 budget. Prior at mid-year, we expected about 1.7 million in one-time funds. We're now projecting about 4.225. That is down from a 5 million that we anticipated. This changed very recently, and I'll cover a little bit further as we get into the slide about the one-time funding recommendations, and we'll go into what makes that up. So we can move on to the next slide. Here we look at our revenue projections. Before I get into any of these, these are broken out, and much of what's in this presentation is broken out more clearly in the report or more into more detail in the attached report. So if there are any concerns about the individual revenue items, property tax, TOT, et cetera, there's more information there about those individually. So here again, we see property tax is projecting about a 3% increase from the 22-23 fiscal year. We see transient occupancy tax in aggregate down about 12%. Again, these are projected numbers. Sales tax down 4.69%. That's between sales use tax, which is coming in at a 2.47% reduction, and Prop 72, the public safety sales tax, at a 6.34% reduction. If you want additional information on our Q3 revenue projections or forecast, Exhibit A has those numbers. And 5-year revenue trends are included in on page 8 of the third quarter budget report. So each of those is broken out into a 5-year projection or 5-year trend. We can move on to the next slide. Here we have our 23-24 revenue projections. Here, this is our non-departmental revenue. This chart we're presenting this a little differently than we have in the past. Importantly, this does not include operating transfers out or in, and that's to create a more holistic picture of how much our revenue is truly at and is not obfuscated by one-time funding or otherwise. So here you see for fiscal year 2023-24, our projection is 0.31% up from our prior year 22-23 actuals. From the beginning of the timeline here, that is 19.04% up from our fiscal year 2018-19 numbers, revenue numbers. That comes out to a year-to-year average of about an increase of 3.6%. The spike that you see represented by the dotted line in 2021 represents about $22.6 million in one-time PG&E settlement funds. I thought it was important to show that here. That was a significant impact in that fiscal year. And again, there is on Exhibit A additional information about our revenue forecast for Q3. Move on to our next slide. So here we have our 23-24 third quarter actuals versus revised budget versus department projections. We've dubbed our ARP chart. Here you'll see this is based on our last workshop, our budget to actuals, and we decided to include our department projections in there as well to give a better holistic view of where it is we are at Q3. The data labels that you see on the chart represent our department projections. And the actuals that you see represented by the solid line may not be offset right now in Q3 by year-to-date revenue. You'll notice that in particular with our public assistance area, that the actuals look to be obviously a great deal higher than the budgeted and projected amount. As those revenues come in over the course of the remainder of our fiscal year, we'll see that come in based on those department projections more in line with that department projection line sitting at $2.7 million. And the chart does not include non-departmental revenue. That's to give a clear view of where we're at right now with our budget versus actuals versus the department projections. And as you can see, most of those are looking to come in right about at the budgeted line, those department projections. Move on to the next. This is the functional areas defined for reference if there are any questions about what belongs in what functional area bucket. And as acting auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector Pierce had mentioned, there's always room for reorganizing the way that these functional areas are done. We made an attempt to align them to the way the budget book presents them, but they're certainly welcome to feedback and suggestions. Move on. Here we have our budget deficit projections. So these are departments that are coming in with a budget deficit in Q3 over $100,000. It's important to note that these are really a result of either decreases in projected revenue and increases in salaries and benefits kind of across the board. So you're seeing here kind of the result of primarily those two factors. I called out human resources specifically, at $530,000 because that $530,000 represents an anticipated payment from social services, the Department of Social Services, to cover services provided by HR that hasn't been realized, and they included this in case that was not realized by the end of the year. Because of the Social Services Administration Budget Unit 5010 deficit, it's very likely if they were to cover that cost, it would impact their general fund ask as well. So it's a bit 6 of one, half does the other, depending on where the Social Services Administration budget comes out by the end of the year. Move on. Here are our one-time funds detail. So the fiscal year 23-24 adopted budget had or included about $7.2 million in one-time funding to balance the budget. Our anticipated need as of today, as of Q3, is $4.225. Again, that is down from $5 million that we expected just late last week. So this is a change, and I get into that here in just a moment. This 4.225 represents 2.4 in ARPA, or American Rescue Plan Act funding. It prior was 3.2, but we are recommending that $800,000 be used for fiscal year 24-25 in ARPA funding due to the prior mentioned fiscal year 22-23 carry forward, recommended to bring that to the 23-24 budget to offset the use of one-time funds there, and then carry that remaining ARPA funding into 24-25 budget process. I'll get into that again when we talk about our budget workshop after this presentation. There's $1 million in LACTF, which is Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund, $500,000 in supplemental property tax backlog, and $325,000 in the use of TEETR reserve funds. We can move on. And here I'd like to welcome Museum Administrator Karen Matson to provide a brief update on the museum's nonprofit model.
Mulhern, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Council. Karen Matson, Museum Administrator. I'm here today to provide you with a third quarter budget update and to share the progress that has been made in determining the feasibility of transitioning the Mendocino County Museum to nonprofit management, and to ask for further direction on this project. This fiscal year, the museum is expected to save approximately $28,000 in salaries and benefits due to the restructuring of our open hours to allow for the reduction of extra help staff and the elimination of the use of cultural services agency and staff. So that's the update I wanted to provide you on our budget. Since I was here last, there's been significant progress on exploring the new model. So I just wanted to share a few of those key actions. The Kern County model has been identified as a potentially viable template to work from. We shared the operations agreement with County Council, and they were able to give us some essential feedback just to get started. We were fortunate to have Executive Director Mike McCoy of Kern County travel here from Bakersfield, and he spent 2 days here. He engaged with the Friends of the Mendocino County Museum, our Museum Advisory Board, the Roots of Motive Power, City of Willits, and he also provided a lively and engaging presentation for our community. Most of his time was spent discussing the model and also talking about the potential for revenue generation. The Friends of the Mendocino County Museum have stepped forward as a viable candidate for assuming the operation of the museum. The museum staff has held preliminary meetings with all necessary county departments to introduce the model and to share the sample of the Kern County lease and operations agreement. And additional meetings have been scheduled with County Council and General Services to determine how the facility portion of the Kern County model can be emulated. So today I'd like to ask for further clarification or further direction to continue the project of moving our museum into the future with collaboration from multiple county departments, including County Council, General Services, Facility Services, Risk Management, Information Technology, and Human Resources. Staff from other departments would like clarification that the future agreement should address that the nonprofit foundation may take on the responsibility for maintenance and modifications of the facility in order to reduce dependence on county services, realize revenue streams, make cosmetic upgrades, and identify utility reducing measures to ensure long-term sustainability of the museum. Moving forward with collaborating departments, I also hope to clarify the following objectives: to prioritize the project so that this transition can be realized in 2025, to ensure that the museum's mission is fully upheld, and to foster community partnerships that encourage participation and support of the Mendocino County Museum. With a clear understanding of the board's objectives, our team can proceed with maximum flexibility to explore ideas such as a new lease or transfer of the building so that a well-crafted proposal can be brought back to you within 90 days. So I'd like to thank you for the direction, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. So what I'd like to do is thank you very much for the presentation. We will go ahead and finish the presentation, and then I do know that there are board member questions for you, so we'll hear those after we've finished the presentation. We'll come back to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Acting Deputy CEO Tony Rakes.
Thank you, Chair Mulhern. We have one last slide for you here, and this is our recommendations for the fiscal year 2023-24 Q3 budget. To accept the fiscal year budget report, Q3 budget report as presented, accept Exhibit A, revenue adjustments, approve the fiscal year 2023-24 third quarter budget net zero adjustments in attachment A, and accept the recommended use of one-time funds for fiscal year 2023-24.
Thank you. I would like to have board questions and comments, and then we'll open the agenda item up to the public. So why don't we go ahead and start with the museum, because I think there were a couple of board members that had questions about that, and if Director Mattson, if you could please come back to the podium. Thank you very much for your presentation today and all of the work that you're doing with the additional departments to try to work through this potential change. Supervisor Williams, and then Supervisor Jardy, and then Hashak.
Director, thanks for the presentation, and that's the best offer anybody could have given today. So you have my full support.
Thank you. Supervisor Jardy?
Yeah, Supervisor Hashak and I have been an ad hoc of the board looking at the Cultural Services Department, which is now bifurcating into the museum separate from the library. And we participated to some extent in the meetings with the Kern County Museum Director, and I think he had a really dynamic alternative model. And I appreciate the fact that Karen, tracked down and sort of surveyed the landscape of other museums, county museums in California, and identified this as probably the best option. And so I would definitely like to see all other county departments, whether they're IT, general services, county council, et cetera, work as quickly as they can to assist the museum to transfer into this other model.
Thank you. Supervisor Hashak?
Well, I think part of this other model would be that the museum has the autonomy to make some of those changes, whether it's to the plant or their operations, as they see fit to carry out the mission that you've talked about. So I'd like to see that and make sure that when we're talking about the utilities and cutting those bills down or generating other sources of revenue, those are all important things to make it work on its own or with the less input from financial aid from the county. And so I would like to give that direction to the county staff to give the autonomy and have them work out a system that provides them that autonomy to make those changes.
So that will be that is part of the presentation that was received, and part of the, I believe, what Director Mattson was saying is moving forward. So I would just look I believe Supervisor Jurdy's on board. I hear Supervisor Williams is as well, and so Supervisor McGorty, are you satisfied with the presentation and looking forward to an update in 90 days? With it looks like the transition plan is to try to get there by July of 2025.
Yes.
Okay, I am as well. Thank you all so much for your work. I understand there's more work to do, but we really appreciate the museum and its stakeholders and their ability to really see the county's financial situation, as well as understanding the importance to our county of the museum. So thank you so much. Supervisor McGorty.
Yeah, just one quick thing. There's another kind of silver lining this cloud here, is that this really gives the community a chance to tell its story. And I think it's really important for functional museums to have an advisory board group that's really passionate about their history. And there's so much of it in Mendocino County. So I think this is really positive from that perspective. It's unfortunate that we can't fund everything that we probably should, but I think this is as good an alternative as we can come up with.
And
Thank
just,
you.
And just to be clear, the county would still be funding the museum, just in a different model.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation and for being here today. I hope that the style of presentation is helpful for the community to understand what's happening with the budget and how we move forward. So I look now to my colleagues for any questions regarding the 23-24 recommendations and the third quarter budget update. Supervisor Williams?
Can we jump back to slide 5? Yeah, so again, this is another best presentation. I hope this is a starting point going forward. This is the most information, most credible I've seen since I've been here. But this chart gives the impression that revenue is increasing, and it is in absolute dollars. In real terms, if you were to apply CPI, it's basically flatline. And if you look at the types of labor and materials the county buys, it's declining, right? We're not buying food, but we're buying asphalt. I can accept all the recommendations on an annual cycle, but when does the board come to terms with, we have a long-term projection of declining revenue? This county is in decline. We have less buying power every year. And what sort of choices should we make, considering that that's our reality for now?
Supervisor Jurdy.
Just to piggyback on that, I think it'd be great, and I agree. I think these presentations are getting better all the time. I think it'd be great for the budget discussions for the next year at our future board meeting, if we could have a multi-year projection that shows the county's growth in costs. Because I think what Supervisor Williams is saying is that the county's cost of operations are growing at a faster rate than inflation. So, look at labor costs, whether they're benefits or salaries, they're growing faster than inflation. But our revenues are growing at maybe slightly less than inflation. So, it's like, it kind of gets to the point that, you can't have 1,100 employees with what is essentially shrinking revenues when you look at the growing costs.
Supervisor Hashek?
Well, on page 5, it's good that you pulled out the PG&E settlement funds, but we also, during that time of COVID, we received ARPA, we received CARES funds. So are those in the blue line, or how are we taking note of those?
If I may, through the chair.
Please do.
Tony Rakes, Acting Deputy CEO. No, that blue line, to my understanding, does not include those other sources of one-time funding. I called out the $22.6 million of PG&E funds specifically because of the amount of funds that had come in at that time. In future reports, we can always look to potentially include some of those other larger dollar amounts.
Yeah, because I'm thinking that in the change from 1920 to 2021, going from 75 million to 85, that's probably due to some of those sources.
If I may, through the chair, Sarah Pierce, Acting Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. PG&E funds ran through the general fund, non-departmental revenue, whereas the ARPA funds and the CARES funds ran through disaster recovery. So right now, we're only presenting the general fund portion. In the future, if there's a desire to present other funds, we can do that too, but those ones ran through disaster recovery.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification. Supervisor McGorty.
You know, the other thing that'd be useful too is grant funding, to show what we're doing with grant funding as time goes on. I'm not sure that it's always run through the general fund, but it's an important part of understanding our budget for Mendocino County.
CEO Antle?
Yeah, if I may, that is reported routinely in the CEO report, but if you would like it broken out for the upcoming budget, we can definitely include a section reflecting, and those funds are usually run either through the department or disaster recovery, depending on whose funds they are.
Yeah, I think it's useful.
Thank you. Are there any other comments, Supervisor Jordy?
Well, just for clarification though, so at the moment, we've been kind of focused on the chart on page 5. I just want to get clarification. So I totally agree, more information is better, but I think the goal is we like what this chart's showing us, which is ongoing revenues, because those are helpful for ongoing expenses. We wouldn't want to include one-time revenues, regardless of the source, in our ongoing revenues, because they're by nature one time, and I think that's the great value of this chart that you're showing is you pulled out one particular one-time funding source, but we don't want to be adding one-time revenue sources to our historical revenue report, because that misleads people into thinking that we have those funds every single year, which these are the baseline revenues that we have in the general.
Thank you, and I do see agreement from the board on that statement. Supervisor Hashak?
Yeah, on page 9, where we talk about the budget projection of 5.25 million, and then you said that really it's going to be about 4.225. So with the recommended use of one-time funding, that list adds up to about 5 something. And so would the idea be that if it's 4.225, that we really can get by with just using ARPA and the LATCF? Or, yeah, but I'm saying that the supplemental and the teeter, that would be a decision for budget next month when deciding whether to use that to balance the budget or not.
If I may, through the chair.
Please do.
What we have listed up here is our recommended use of these one-time funds, and of course welcoming board feedback. But right now, for balancing the fiscal year 2023-24 budget, we're looking at $2.4 million in ARPA funds, $1 million in LATCF, $500,000 in supplemental property tax backlog, and $325,000 in the teeter reserve.
So for clarification,
Okay.
that's because of the 23-24
Yeah,
budget.
your page 9 is not my page.
So yeah,
Okay.
So
through the deputy CEO Rakes, we do not have an updated presentation. So please make sure that the clerk gets that so that is included in the public record.
If I may, thank you for that. This information came in very last moment in terms of how much we had for the carry forward available, and we'll make sure that the appropriate presentation with the corrected numbers are given to the clerk to provide.
Okay, so what I basically see is that the 3.2 million that was projected to be used from ARPA is now the 2.4, and so we'll have 800,000 left.
That is correct.
Okay.
Thank you,
Okay,
CEO
thank you.
Antle.
Yeah, and we would also like to ask that if that recommendation, fingers crossed, might be a little higher, that we would use the carry forward from 22-23 before using ARPA or one of the other funding sources. And we'll work with Acting Auditor Controller Sarah Pierce to bring that forward when the time comes.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
I wonder if it would be useful to have a chart of one example of our buying power over time. What's most public facing is roads. People continually ask me, I imagine they ask you, when will the county finally fix the roads? They're getting bad. And a couple years ago, I went to DOT director and asked about Teaser Drive. This is the what looks like a county road that's actually in a state park. The state will thank you for funding their road. It's 0.96, call it 1 mile. The state paid the county $20,000 to pave it, just under $20,000 in 1960. Howard's estimate of replacement costs today, as of 2022, was $1 million. That's some significant inflation, well above CPI. It may be useful to have a chart of how many miles of county road we can afford to maintain with our annual road fund, right, for the last 20 or 30 years, right? So when people ask, we can get a real good infographic of actually every year that goes on, we can maintain fewer miles of road.
Thank you. I think that's been made very clear from Director DeShiel over the years. And for this board's reference, we recently approved Mountain View Road, 25 miles to redo Mountain View Road in the 5th District. And that, in the 2019 capital or 20-year road maintenance plan, was estimated to be $3.6 million. We approved that over 7.25 that went out. So well over double. So there might be an existing document that you can leverage to begin to work on that kind of process. I do think it is important as we discuss roads, as we discuss future annexations and tax sharing agreements, that we really do have a realistic guide for our community about the expenses of roads. And we've had the conversation many times that if our county hopes to increase our pavement conditions index, we most likely need to have some type of future sales tax. And as we look at the November ballot and the items that are going to be on that ballot, that may become more challenging for local jurisdictions. So it is a very important community conversation. Some data does exist, and certainly that double for Mountain View Road as a very recent example of funds that the county has approved related to that 20-year corrective maintenance plan from the Department of Transportation. Okay, are there any other board questions or comments? And
were you looking for a motion?
I would love a motion.
Okay, so move to accept the recommended action on the third quarter budget.
Second.
Thank you. I am just checking with the clerk to make sure I did open public expression. So are there any members of the public in the room that wish to comment at this time? If they could please come forward on this item.
Good morning, board. My name is Brent Walker, and I am the chairman of the Friends of the Museum County of the Mendocino County Museum. And I'm here in relation to the item on the agenda that has to do with the museum project charter. I just wanted to introduce you to a little information about the board. Our current Friends board has 8 members. We have people on there who have shown a history of great interest in our museum. We have a cumulative, probably more than 40 years of volunteer service. We have 3 members on the board who have contributed better than 13 years to the county's museum advisory board. We have 2 people who have been employed in the past by the museum, and we have 2 people currently on the committee of the museum that is working on strategic planning. I just wanted to comment that our board has a very strong support for this move ahead with this charter. And I wanted to take this opportunity just to share a brief public statement which was unanimously passed by the board. which concerns this anticipated future role with the museum. The Friends of the Mendocino County Museum is a nonprofit that supports the vital preservation and imaginative sharing of Mendocino County history at the Mendocino County Museum. Through volunteer work, fundraising, and strategic planning, the Friends support artifact preservation, exhibits, and educational programs for all ages. As the Mendocino County Museum transitions to a more responsive management model, the Friends is supporting this metamorphosis through leadership, educational, and financial efforts. The Friends is exploring how it can take the lead by becoming a nonprofit partner with the county to take on the management of the museum and help make this change possible for our community. We are actively recruiting Friends volunteers and board members who are interested in supporting both the museum and the Mendocino community in the preservation of our history now and for generations to come. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. If you are a public caller on Zoom, you can use the raise hand feature on the public platform or *9 on your phone. Seeing no hands being raised, with a motion on the floor, I'll go ahead and ask that we vote by the button on the recommended action.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, it looks like we have a little bit of flexibility in our agenda item. I'm going to look towards my colleagues here. We can go ahead and try to power through item 4D, or we can take our lunch closed session and come back at 1 p.m. Do you think you'd like to go ahead and take 4D now, or would you like to go to our closed session?
Let's keep going.
Okay. Anybody need a break? Okay, let's go ahead and try to move as quickly as we can through 4D. And is the presentation, has it been updated, or is the presentation the one that was in the agenda packet?
This presentation, everybody should have the same copy.
Perfect. So every board member has read that, and if we could just go ahead and proceed with that, and we can go ahead and start asking questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning once again. To Chair Mulhern, members of the board, Tony Rakes, acting Deputy CEO here, and thank you again for the opportunity to present our third and final budget workshop for fiscal year 2024-25. We're going to jump right in the interest of time. So if we can move on to we'll move past our county mission here and to the next summary that we're looking at. So right now, based on where we are today in this workshop, we're looking at a I may have jumped a little too fast here. I may want to pass it. Okay, sorry. Our current general fund ask is at 91.59 million. That is a decrease from our prior numbers by about 4.35 million. Those are due to adjustments that we've made working with the departments to their submitted budget, and that's a difference to the prior ask. Our non-departmental revenue is still at the 78.53 million with the same factors at play. And then we come down here to our current projected budget deficit of 5.91 million. That 5.91 includes 7.15 million in one-time funding, which we will get into in the course of this presentation. So we can move on. Here I repeat the same information, but I have a graph to show the numbers that were at play here. So we start that general fund additional ask that's represented on the bar on the left of the chart. There represents the ask after the decrease of 4.358 million with department adjustments that we've made. And then that 7.15 there in one-time funding adjustments that brings us to that $5.9 million current budget deficit. Move on. The one-time funding that we have here includes the following. That $7.15 million includes $3.2 in the use of our county retirement funds. 1.2, these are one-time funding recommendations, 1.2 million in PG&E settlement funds. These funds were approved by the board to be used at budget adoption for one-time funding that were for 23-24 that we're hoping to recommend the use of in 24-25. 1 million in mental health audit reserve, 800,000 from the American Rescue Plan or ARPA funds, as I mentioned during our Q3 report. That is due to the carry forward offset in the 22-23 budget to the 23-24 budget that we're carrying forward now to 24-25. 650,000 in our IT service fund holiday that we're carrying forward from 23-24 to 24-25, and 300,000 in our CAL FIRE budget adjustment. Move along. Here we see the current general fund submitted budget broken out by the ratios. Here so you can see these ratios have not changed significantly from our prior workshop, although you'll notice that public assistance has a slightly larger slice of the secondary pie there, representing an increase in the amount of general fund that they are asking for in 24-25. We'll move on from here to our functional areas defined and move on again. The following two slides are budgets to actual, and these are 3-year historicals. So these cover 2021 to fiscal year 22-23. Important to note, these are unaudited budget to actuals. The reason that they're unaudited is because we wanted to normalize fiscal year 22-23 budget to actuals to the prior fiscal years due to some adjustments that were made in period 13 that would not have created a clear representation or a clear comparison. So here you see, if there are questions, we can come back at the end of the presentation, but we'll move on to the next here. This is, we've broken these out by the functional areas. So this is the smaller 4 of the functional areas as far as general funding is concerned: education, health and sanitation, public ways, and recreation and culture. We can move on. Here, this is a continuation of the discussion that we had from our prior workshop regarding environmental health and realignment funding to offset some environmental health proposed fees. Here we have a chart that compares their general fund contribution versus their realignment contributions from 2018-19 fiscal year to the 23-24 estimates. You see on average, the general fund contributes approximately $166,000 a year and $339,000 on average in 1991 realignment contributions. You can see in the 22-23 there a larger spike in 1991 realignment that skews that average somewhat. We can move on to the next here to get into the discussion regarding their fees. So the department can use 1991 to offset the fees listed here under their consumer protection program. Again, so we discussed last time, realignment can only be used for programs that are allowed under the public health realignment program buckets, and so consumer protection and the fees that we have listed here are eligible. So farmers market, cottage food A and cottage food B, these are the fee projections that the department had come up with for the proposed changes. So any realignment funding we would need to offset or to zero out these fees, we can work with the department on, and that will come up in the final slide with the recommendations that we have. Any realignment funds that we would that would be potential to be allocated to environmental health, if they were to be used for public health, would include the following activities: prevention activities, expansion of services, and IGT or intergovernmental drawdown of additional funds. So we can move on to our recommendations. So our recommendations begin with the the recommended use of 1.2 in PG&E settlement funds in the 24-25 budget to offset the budget deficit. The use of $800,000 in ARPA funds to offset the budget deficit due to that 2022-23 carry forward. Recommend the Executive Office work with the Department of Social Services to reduce their general fund impact. Recommend the Executive Office to work with the Environmental Health Department to identify the amount of realignment funds needed to offset the listed fees and to bring back that to the next fee hearing. Recommend the Executive Office to work with the Auditor's Office to re-review our revenue projections so that we know where we're coming in at for 24-25 or have a better projection. And then finally, to work with departments to reduce the 2000 series by 5%, the potential impact of that reduction being approximately $2.5 million. And then lastly, we have our shortened schedule as compared to our prior workshops. We have the important date of June 4th and 5th as our final budget public hearing, where we'll bring back the final recommended budget. And with that, we can open it up for questions and discussion.
Absolutely. We're going to go to Supervisor Williams and then Supervisor Hashak.
Another excellent presentation. I can support everything there except using one-time funds to balance a structural deficit. Because when we passed the budget last year, we made a commitment and we gave direction to right size so that we're living within our means. And here we are again talking about using one-time funds. You use one-time funds when you have a down year, a little dip, right? This is an ongoing structural deficit. I don't think it's fair to kick the can down the road. You'll have a new board coming in. No, I don't want to say Supervisors Klein and Norvell, welcome to Mendocino County. We've given you a deficit on day one. I think we need to fix the structural issue now and use the one-time funds for one-time expenditures.
Okay, Supervisor Williams, Supervisor Hashak, McGordy, and then Jurdy.
Well, that makes sense. I just wonder, does Supervisor Williams have a plan for balancing the budget, not using these funds? And then the question I have is, with the PG&E settlement funds, that 1.2 comes from that line item that we were using for water projects. Is that correct? It's not from the carbon reduction line item.
I will give that to, if I may, through the chair.
Please do.
I'll give that to Acting Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector Sarah Pierce.
If I may, through the chair, the 1.2 million was authorized to be spent in 23-24 for balancing the budget. We are just asking for it to be appropriated to 24-25, but it does relate to the drought funding. It is not the carbon reduction.
Okay,
thank you.
Supervisor Williams, before we move too far ahead, if you'd like to share your plan.
Yeah, my plan would be to look at the revenue we have for the next year and build a budget that pays living wages that lives within our means. The board's job is to allocate the revenue it has, not the revenue it would like to have. We're living in a delusion here, spending more money than we have. And we're going to use the last little bit of one-time money to not actually solve a problem, just kicking it into the next fiscal year. What are you going to do in that fiscal year? So yeah, I could solve it. I would live within my means. You can't do everything you want to do. You do what you can afford.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. I think that, repeatedly the board and the staff have agreed that we don't want to use one-time settlement funds without specific recommendations about which programs to cut. That also is sort of a vague ask, that we just live within our means, but in which way? And I think, that's maybe part of Supervisor Hashak's point is, yes, there need to be programs that are cut. This board has made a choice to increase wages while we are in a deficit, while we are using one-time funds. So every action that we take as board members, frankly, contributes to the deficit. So I don't specifically, sir, know which programs I would like to cut today, and I'm frankly not prepared to do that before June 4th or 5th. Certainly, I think that the board can continue to work with the executive office, the fiscal team, and the department heads to work on reducing our expenses, to work on streamlining things, and we may also need to reduce our staff. I actually think we do know that we need to continue to reduce our staff. Supervisor Jurdy and Supervisor McGorty?
Yeah, I'd like to offer a couple of additions to the recommendations. One is, I think it's critically important that you've got on here to reduce the 2000 series, which is non-personnel costs, by 5%. It's a goal target for the departments. But that $2.5 million potential savings that 5% represents could be dwarfed by, for example, cost overruns in construction projects. And we've seen a lot of those from general services in the last several years. So I think we should have an equally important goal is that our construction projects stay within budget. And, you know, that might take a little extra effort by county staff to make sure these projects don't keep blowing up on us. So I think that deserves attention. Again, I also think we need to focus on our financial management. You know, are we maximizing our interest income? You know, that's worthy of a bullet point. That's worthy of prioritizing it. So those are two other things, and we should probably put in here the teeter plan that we're going to put to auction as many properties as possible, because we know that the threat of putting a property to auction often is the thing that causes someone to come in and pay the property tax. So those could result in revenue projections for the county rather than right now. I gather we're not projecting any increased revenue from those actions.
Thank you. Supervisor McGorty?
I think that Supervisor Jurdy touched on a lot of my question, which is when we talk about working with departments to reduce the 2000 series by 5%, what specifically were you thinking?
If I may, through the chair, Tony Rakes, Acting Deputy CEO. This would be a general, I believe my understanding of this item is to give it to the departments to say, departments, what is it that you can cut 5% on for your 2000 series? What are the impacts of that cut? And determine whether or not, work with the executive office to determine whether or not that's an appropriate action to take.
Okay, so you're taking it down to the departments to come back with suggestions because they know best.
Yeah, if I may, through the chair, yes. You know, the 2000 series contains travel, education, utilities, contracts, outside contracts, trainings, supplies, other types of purchases, and we would be asking each department to reduce theirs by 5%.
Okay, and then also we don't really talk much about revenue in this, but we've had a lot of discussions about the assessor's office and trying to improve our cash flow by properly assessing properties. Is there anything positive that the board can do to assess that or assist that? And so what? Because to me, that still remains something that is potential revenue that maybe we're missing an opportunity for.
I'll go ahead and let the CEO handle that question.
Well, we continue to work with the assessor, clerk recorder, Katrina Bartlemay, on their needs and their staffing needs. I think she's pretty low in staff. This board did set aside an additional $500,000 this year for her to be able to staff up and use. We continue to meet with her on a regular basis. Myself, Acting Deputy CEO Tony Rakes. We met with her, I believe County Council was as well, just last week, trying to brainstorm and see what we can do to assist them further.
And is it possible to have assessing done under contract? Is that something that we could do rather than trying to staff up and train? Or is it that like through RGS or somebody to give further assistance to move that project along?
If I may, through the chair. At this time, we've looked into it. I don't believe it's a function that RGS would do, but we do believe that there is one or two outside companies that we may be able to contract with.
Thank you. And I do believe that was previous direction from this board to look at if that was the most streamlined alternative. And I know that it's important that we are able to work with the department and able to implement that. Supervisor Hashuk?
Well, I support looking into those ideas that Supervisor Jurdy had. I think that whatever we can do with the property taxes we would support that too. And I think, we've talked in the past about the short-term rentals and getting the company in to really make sure that we're collecting all of those taxes. And then, the next meeting, Supervisor Williams and I are going to bring back, options about the increasing the short-term rental tax or the TOT tax overall. That was part of the ad hoc that we formed, and so that will be coming back on the 21st.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yeah, I guess maybe a question for the CEO. In our last item, we accepted a recommendation from the executive office to, if I understand it correctly, sweep out the $500,000 the board had allocated for supplemental property tax backlog. So we no longer have money, as of our action 10 minutes ago, to fund outside consultants to help us collect property taxes.
If I may, through the chair, during acting auditor controllers, treasurer tax collector Sarah Pierce, the $500,000 that was set aside from last year was from the general fund reserve. The $500,000 that was in Q3 presentation just moments ago was our estimate of the additional supplemental tax that we are going to realize by bringing us up to speed on the supplementals.
They're separate.
The two different funding streams.
So the $500,000 we just voted on is $500,000 in tax revenues that we did not collect, or it's $100,000 in revenues we did collect, and we're now allocating it for balancing the budget.
If I may, through the chair, we are calculating the $500,000 as one-time funding. Historically, supplementals have brought in around $300,000 in non-departmental revenue. We are estimating this year that we will see about $800,000, but it's only a one-time spike in getting us caught up with prior supplementals that have not gone out.
Got it. So supplementals is the term that we use for when the office catches up with people who come through the front door. So someone buys a home, but it takes 2 years for the assessor's office to add them to the rolls, and they pay previous years. That's a one-time. It's real. The county collects 2 years worth of taxes in 1 year often, and so that's a supplemental. Or someone builds a house and the county puts them on the tax rolls 2 years later, and then they have sort of back payments due because the county took 2 years to add them to the tax rolls.
If I may, through the chair, so an example of a supplemental is if there is a change in ownership and the tax rate changes, then the new owner will receive a supplemental. Historically, we have, I believe it's 4 years to build the supplementals, and because we were backlogged in billing and assessing the properties, we are realizing in 22-23 we realized a portion of it, and then in 23-24 we are realizing the additional amount from that backlog.
But those would be ongoing revenues, except for the fact that the county is always slow in adding people to the property rolls, and then there's a multiple year payment that comes in because the county takes 2 or 3 years to add people to the rolls.
So historically, the supplemental has seen about $300,000 in revenue because if we kept up on it, we were backlogged a couple years, so we spiked 22-23 and 23-24. We'll receive additional funding over the estimated $300 that we received in the past.
Okay, but the net effect is we still have $500,000, you're saying, for the purpose of hiring outside consultants or staff to catch up on backlog property taxes.
Yes.
Correct. And if I may,
please go ahead.
there is an attached report from the assessor on the CEO report for today.
Thank you. And Supervisor Williams?
We're not going to solve our budget problem by increasing assessments and collecting taxes. I mean, everyone here agrees we should fully assess and we should collect every dollar that's due. That's not a short term, and frankly, we've been talking about it for years and I've seen no progress. Yeah, we've assessed some properties, but we're not even keeping up with inflation with what we're doing today. It's just not realistic. If we want to have that discussion, we need to have the assessor come in here and have that discussion with us, because we don't have the authority. It's an elected position. If she's excited about it and wants resources, I'm sure we could catch up. But this board talking about it, it comes up again and again. We think we have a deficit pointing at the unassessed properties as if that's going to somehow balance out. It's not on us to solve that. So for the upcoming budget, not realistic. This is what we have to work with. Back to how do we balance it? I think if you came in zero-based budgeting, looking at how much revenue we have, how to pay living wages so we retain and attract good talent, and not exceed revenue, that's a good budget for this county. And everybody here came in under a system where the county was deficit spending one way or another, deferring maintenance on buildings, not contributing to the pensions adequately. That's how it grew so large. But if we want to set this county up for the future, we need a credible budget. And a Band-Aid of one time doesn't get us any closer to where we need to be.
I will say that I have been remiss in looking for another term beyond zero-based budgeting. I've only been on this board for 3 years, and we've had the conversation several times. Our staff did look at zero-based budgeting, and they came in $18 million over budget for mandated services. So I think we need to look at a different term. I understand what you're saying, Supervisor Williams. We need to live within our means, and I appreciate that very much. And I think Supervisor Jurdy had questions or comments.
Well, on hiring consultants to work in the assessments, and I agree that that's not going to balance this year's budget. I still think that we should have a goal. I think we've been, the board's been asking for staff to work on this, and I don't see a whole lot coming from the executive office team on this front, honestly. I mean, I hear in the whispers in the corridors, we're not getting a lot of help out of the assessor's office, but I don't see anything here in the meeting on camera. I don't hear from the CEO saying, this is my plan, I've got a plan. And I'd like to hear a plan from our CEO who's getting $200,000 a year. So my plan would be that we direct the CEO to work either to put out an RFP from the CEO's office, or we work with other counties to put out an RFP. I talked with a county supervisor from another county who thought maybe it would be a good idea if we had a multi-county RFP, or an RFP that other counties could tier off of, because this is not a problem alone to us. I think it's less of a problem in suburban counties like, say, Yolo or someplace, or Sacramento, where everybody's house is built in a subdivision. So every single house has a building permit. You get into these rural counties like Mendocino County, and every house is built one-off and not in a subdivision. And every contractor or every builder in Mendocino County asks their client, do you want a building permit? As if it's an option. And so we know most projects are built outside of the system. Everybody's known that for decades. So I'd like to see included on here as a bullet point to direct the executive office to put in an RFP to hire somebody to do the work, because we can't rely on the elected assessor to come forward with a plan.
Was that a motion?
I'd like to add it to the bullet point, along with adding to the bullet point that we're directing the executive office to come up with budget projections for what they're going to do to increase revenue with our cash management, because I'm not convinced we're collecting enough in CDs and money markets, et cetera, with LAIF. And come back with budget projections, because I think that's how you balance the budget, is you increase revenues one step at a time, one piece at a time.
Supervisor Hashak?
I would go for that plan too. But one of the things that Supervisor Jurdy and I worked on was this kind of the golden handshake, the retirement incentives. And just getting 3 retirements from that, we saved $520,000. It just seems like we need to be offering that more, and I was wondering if there's any thoughts on extending those offers, having the departments come up with more of those, mid-management or whatever level jobs that we could be cutting and offering this incentive for.
CEO?
Certainly that was something that was discussed at the time, and I believe it's on a rotating schedule, possibly to begin in July, because I think their final date was to be in June, but Sherry Johnson can clarify the timeline on that.
Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO. So in the policy that we had stated that we would review it every 2 years. So if there needs to be an adjustment, we can look at that plan. But we had, looked to review it every couple of years.
Yeah, so I guess the policy is good, I think. It's just, are we getting enough positions open to offer them that incentive? And so how do we, what can the board do to help that process or incentivize the departments to come up with more of a list?
So if I may, through the chair, one of the things I will just be honest with you was a struggle with the departments is that if you do put those positions on the VSIP, the Voluntary Separation Incentive Plan, those positions have to remain frozen for 2 years. So it's how can you get the work done without that position? So we didn't get a lot of positions, as you know, on the list this year. We had 4 or 5, which was a good start. You know, even when we reached out to Humboldt County, who has a greater number of employees, I think, than we do, they still had about 10 to 11. So I do think we, you know, in building on the program, but just working with the departments to really identify what positions that they can do without.
Right, that's the idea.
Thank you. I'm not sure, Supervisor Jordy, do you have a question for Deputy CEO Johnson? Because I do know that Acting Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector had her pin up as well, so I just want to make sure you didn't have a question.
Go ahead first.
Okay, thank you for coming forward. Please go ahead.
Yeah, if I may, through the chair, Sarah Pierce, Acting Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. I just wanted to make 2 comments on the supplementals. Going back to the supplementals, I just want to, clarify that the auditor's office and the Treasurer Tax Collector's office is continuing to work with the assessor's office to send the supplementals out. We are trying to get up on a monthly schedule, so we are working towards trying to get the backlog done. And then the other thing that I wanted to comment was with the investments, the quarter ending March report I'm bringing to the board in June. To have a discussion on the investment portfolio, along with Chandler Asset Management will be attending that as well to answer any questions, but I can send the report out in advance.
Thank you. Would that be June 25th or the budget?
I'm trying to bring it on June 4th.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Jordy?
Yeah, so back to Supervisor Hashak's suggestion about creating these incentives for people. We've created the incentive for people to retire. What we don't have is necessarily every department stepping forward and saying, we can go without a high-paid staff employee in our department that could retire and nobody would notice their absence. There are some people like that in the county organization, and I think the CEO needs to work with the department heads to bring forward those positions. And I've certainly given the CEO a job classification county department that's paid $125,000, $215,000 in general fund, total benefit package. There's no reason why that position should not be brought forward to this board for us to eliminate it from that department budget. So there is work to be done, and it's not an issue of the CEO's office being passive and letting the departments bring forward names. I mean, the CEO's office needs to work with those departments to propose the elimination of those positions. We know that there's been at least one person who took the early retirement because their position they knew was going to be cut by this board. So there are some positions that I can think of that the CEO's office could be redlining, and I'll name it right here. I've named it before. 8-10 years ago, the Planning and Building Department elevated a position over there because that position was in charge of grants. That grant program has been taken away from that position, yet we still pay the person as if they're managing an elevated salary as if they're managing an expensive grant program. Why is that position not proposed for elimination in the budget process?
Supervisor Jordy, I don't think that this conversation is appropriate for this time. We have meetings with our department heads every year. That's a new policy that this board has gone into since I've been on the board. I think it's important and appropriate to handle personnel matters in closed session. So I appreciate your passion, and I think that we do have the CEO and the department heads and HR that are reviewing positions and will be bringing positions forward. And certainly I think the CEO has heard the direction today regarding positions, regarding the VSIP program. We can check with legal counsel. I don't believe there's a policy change that needs to happen. I think that we can provide direction as part of the recommendations for the budget that the board would like to see any VSIP considerations that would come forward at the budget hearings. If there are any, I understand that that is a short time to turn that around. However, you know, that along with removing positions that are funded and unfilled has been an ongoing consideration as we deal with our budget deficit. I do want to get to public expression. I want to make sure that all of your questions or comments have been answered, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I just
Oh,
wanted,
sorry,
I wanted to support Supervisor Jurdy having an opportunity to bring his ideas forward. I don't think we should be shutting him down, right? So we're not all going to agree. Some of his ideas I don't care for. Still want to hear it. This is the venue to discuss the county of the business of the county. So I'm not sure what's going on where we're shutting down anybody who has an opinion.
Interim County Counsel Jim Ross, I am going to be very frank with you, Supervisor Williams. I do not think it is appropriate to discuss specific single personnel matters in public, and this board has had process recommendations from County Counsel over the time that I've been on the board, and I'm not trying to shut down anybody's ideas. I think that we need to look at a holistic approach to the entire county, and I think that that is where this board should continue to head. I will say that I don't think discussing personnel matters in public is appropriate. If my 4 colleagues disagree with me and they want to hang their hats on that, that is up to them. But I will continue to make sure that our staff is being treated with respect. Supervisor McGorty.
So I'm prepared to make a motion to move the recommended action, but I think in that we should also talk a little about revenue enhancement and the things that I picked up as a plan for increased assessments using consultants, plan to improve financial returns for investments in the Treasury, and then finally encouragement of more golden handshakes or retirements.
Supervisor Jurdy, did that capture all of your recommendations?
Just one addition, also to monitor and focus on minimizing cost overruns in construction projects.
Okay, that's a good one too. I accept that.
Thank you. CEO Antle.
So I would just like to point out for this board, I have done contracts for elected officials before, and they chose not to use them. I will go get your contract as directed, but if they choose not to utilize them, that will be before this board.
I'd like to open this item up for public comment. If there are any members of the public that wish to come forward in the room, please come forward. And if there are any members on Zoom that wish to comment, please use the raise hand feature or press *9 on your phone. Seeing no one come forward, I will turn it back to the board, and I see Supervisor Hashak has his pen up. I also want to make sure that the clerk has the motion stated clearly. Supervisor Hashak?
Well, I wanted to support the chair in your comments about not targeting individual or one-off positions in our county. You know, we need to treat everyone with respect and deal with those issues in closed session if appropriate. So I am supportive of the motion that I think Supervisor McGorty is about to make. So, or did you make it? Was it seconded? Okay. Right.
If I could just have the clerk read the motion back, and then we'll vote by the button. Okay. We'll just take 1 second. While we're waiting, I just want to make sure that Deputy CEO, Acting Deputy CEO, Tony Riggs, do you have all the direction that you need at this point for the budget hearings?
Thank you, Chair Mulhern. Tony Rakes, Acting Deputy CEO. We've made notes based on the conversation. We'll take those. Yes.
Great.
So I do have multiple notes, and I am struggling to put it into the motion. Would you please could I please have a clear restatement of it?
Yes, absolutely. Supervisor McGorty?
Sure. So basically want to approve the recommended action with the addition of increasing revenues by plan for increased assessments using consultants for our property taxes and supplemental taxes, a plan to improve financial returns for investments in treasuries, try to encourage more golden handshakes, and finally to try to have a more active program to avoid construction overruns.
Supervisor Jordy, you seconded the motion, is that great? Okay, Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I want Supervisor McGordy to know I support that list. I'm going to vote against the motion because I think using the one-time funds is fiscally irresponsible, but I'm happy to support the remainder.
Thank you. Vote by the button, please. Okay, we're gonna, if we could please re-vote. Missing one. If everybody could just re-vote.
The motion carries with Supervisor Williams dissenting.
Thank you. At this time, the board will adjourn to closed session. Thank you all for your presentation and the work that you've been doing. We do appreciate the efforts that you've been making. The board will adjourn to a closed session working lunch to hear items 6A and 6B and will reconvene no sooner than 1 p.m.
On things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad y en nuestro caso que estamos solos en este país ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia.
Sí.
Para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know? That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah,
She knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí la quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that You need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. Because, you know, you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa, porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y Más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, como hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia. Sí. Para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy... como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent. and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very like rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo, y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de Estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. Because, you know, you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage because it's something that has put me in touch with my child or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, como hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia. Sí. Para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos. y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very like rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, si la quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo, y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're You're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
My experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, como hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos. y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very like rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí la quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo, y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're You're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Sí, pues es un bonito programa porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, como hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos. y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very like rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí la quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo, y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're You're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa. porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, como hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia. Sí. Para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
Coming back into open session, there's no reportable action for items 6A and 6B. Item 4F is being pulled. We are now on item 4G, discussion and possible action including adoption of a resolution and approval of Memorandum of Understanding between the County of Mendocino and the Mendocino County Management Association for the term of October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2026. Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Council Ross, Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO. So today the Board of Supervisors negotiating team has met with representatives from the County of Mendocino's Management Association and have reached an agreement regarding the appropriate terms and conditions for employment for the term of October 1, 2023 through September 30, 2026. The proposed changes to the MOU include a 1% cost of living increase for fiscal year 23-24 and increases in wages for fiscal year 24-25, which would bring the unit to half of market, which is total compensation, and the remaining half of the market increases in fiscal year 25-26.
Thank you. I'll go first to a question or comment from Supervisor Hashak.
I'll move the recommended action.
Second.
Thank you. I'd like to open this up for public comment first in the room. And then online, if you are on Zoom, you can use the raise hand feature or press *9 on your phone. Seeing no one come to the podium, no hands raised on Zoom, and no pins on the dais, so I'd call for the vote. Vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We are now on to item 4H, discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution approving a memorandum of understanding between the County of Mendocino and the Department Head Association for the term of September 1st, 2023 through August 31st, 2025. Please go ahead.
Hello.
Deputy CEO.
Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO. So the Board of Supervisors negotiating team has met with the Department Head Association and reached an agreement regarding the appropriate terms and conditions for employment. The proposed changes to the Memorandum of Understanding include an increase in wages effective first full pay period in July of 2024, which would bring the unit to 100% of market, which is total compensation, which includes benefits, using the 3 comparator counties, Humboldt Lake and Sonoma. And also with this unit, they will be receiving an an increase to their longevity benefit.
Move approval.
Thank you. Is it Supervisor Hashak? Do you have a comment?
Second.
Second. Thank you. Are there any members of the public that wish to come forward and comment on this item? And are there any members of the public on Zoom? Seeing no one come forward and seeing no hands raised on Zoom, I will ask for a vote by the button from the board. Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and take item 4J as it is also human resources related, and then we're going to go back to item 4D, which we passed over this morning. 4J, discussion and possible action including adoption of a resolution adopting a compensation and benefits resolution establishing terms and conditions of employment for unrepresented employees, elected department heads, and elected officials as determined by the Board of Supervisors, including a salary adjustment for non-elected unrepresented employees, rescinding Resolution 10-006 and all subsequent amendments to Resolution 1006, and rescinding the specific provisions in Resolution 17-189, which provided that elected department heads and elected officials will receive all eligible benefits included in the current department head memorandum of understanding. And Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson, would you like to give a brief description for this one?
Thank you, Chair. Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO. So this action today is to no longer link any of the unrepresented management employees or elected department heads or elected officials' terms and conditions to the Mendocino County Department Head Unit bargaining unit. Instead, the terms and conditions of employment of these classifications will be established by the resolution being considered by the board today, and any such terms and conditions may also be modified by a separate contract between the county and any of the identified job classifications subject to this resolution.
Move approval.
Thank you, Supervisor Hashak.
My question is, are we using the markers or are we just calling out?
Thank you for that. I would say that sometimes people just call out when they're going to make a motion, so feel free to do that, and you could use your marker to indicate you have a comment. I do believe you were going to second.
Well, I'd like to do the marker. I don't feel comfortable just yelling out.
Okay, well, that's fine.
So anyway.
That's fine by me.
Okay.
If members would like to make a motion and they could use their highlighter, it'll indicate I can call on you and we can have motions presented that way.
Then I'll second.
Perfect. Let's go ahead and do a vote by the button, please. Thank you. Are there any members of the public that wish to come forward on this item in person or on Zoom? Seeing none. Thank you very much. We're running.
The motion carries unanimously.
In my efforts to get to an item that we have many audience members, I have passed over item 4I. So discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution amending the position allocation table as follows. Budget unit 4050, add 1 FTE Director of Health Services. Salary range $162,593.60 with a range annually, and delete 1 full-time executive or FTE Director of Behavioral Health. PN 4472, Budget Unit 4010, delete the Director of Public Health. As Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson makes her way back to the podium, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I have some concern on this one. I want to make sure that we're setting a plan in motion that will yield success. We told the public that we were breaking up public health from behavioral because they couldn't function as one effectively. Now we're putting them back together saying that's the answer. I would like to see more of a formal plan with some milestones and a 360 review of how those departments are functioning now, so this board has adequate information to make an informed decision. I don't feel like I have enough information at hand.
Thank you for those comments. We did not separate public health from behavioral health. We separated the HHSA, Health and Human Services Agency, which included 3 departments: social services, behavioral health, and public health. And now, as you are right, we have heard several items combining the public health department and the behavioral health department. And I do believe that that department will be known as health services, and that they are working through their transition and, really coming up with a way to articulate the new structure. And we've had several items regarding some of the changes related to consolidation of administration and ways, for instance, in which the department seeks to streamline outreach services, et cetera. So let's go ahead and go to McGordy and then Jardy.
So I'm inclined to agree with Supervisor Williams on this. For one thing, I was under the impression that this was kind of a temporary arrangement. I wasn't really sure what the timeline was. I am also feeling like before we make this permanent, we might want to do some evaluation, since there's been a lot of turnover, particularly in the public health department, and I would like to know a little bit more about that. So I'm just not comfortable, ready to move forward on this.
Supervisor Jardy?
Yeah, I think this is probably the right decision, but I think a pause would make sense, and for the board to get more information, as Supervisor Williams was suggesting.
Supervisor Hatchak?
Yeah, I agree with the comments made. I think that people are concerned about the merging of these 2 departments and want to know what the plan is. So I would like it to be kind of clarified before we move ahead.
Supervisor Williams?
Using my marker, my highlighter, can I move that this comes back to us with a more detailed plan for how the 2 departments can be merged with a 360 review?
I would second that.
CEO Antle?
I would just ask for clarification. The reso to do this was completed in December 3. At that time, there just wasn't a position created. So we're back cleaning up administrative type errors. So something that's been in place for a few months now. So just clarification, are we?
I'd like some clarification as well, because just to my colleagues, we've had closed session department head meetings in which, we've had lots of opportunities to discuss this. I'm happy to ask that the director bring back, I guess maybe what you're asking for, and just for clarification, is a more public presentation about the transition. I'm just not, this is an administrative record cleanup. And so if you're looking for more information about the department, certainly we can take that as a different agenda item to bring back for public.
My impression was it was temporary. A plan would be coming. There was a concept of merging these, but I haven't ever seen a presentation of such a plan. What does it look like? How do those org charts coexist? And I haven't seen a 360 review. So a lot of the steps that have been talked about over the past year or so, I haven't seen carried to completion. I'd like to see that full plan with a 360 review and then make a decision.
Deputy CEO Johnson.
Yeah, thanks, Sherry Johnson. So what I'd like to say that this item is to request the amendment to the position allocation table as Chair Mulhern said. So the Director of Health Services, following the establishment of the classification at the Board of Supervisors meeting on December 19th, 2023. So the board did approve the establishment of the classification. This item that was brought forward by Human Resources an administrative cleanup, as the position in December was not added to the position allocation table due to an error in the resolution. So HR is asking to add the position on the position allocation table and to establish the salary based on the 3 comparator counties and delete the Director of Behavioral Health and delete the Director of Public Health. So that's what we're asking today, is to add the position correctly onto the position allocation table, correct the resolution.
Thank you for that. And I guess because the board has taken prior action, I think and I won't speak for my colleagues, but maybe what the thought process is as the future of this rolls out, to have more information presented to the public. Supervisor Hashak?
Well, I would say that it sounds like we need to approve this, but we could request that the director of the 2 departments, combined departments, come back in a month and present really a kind of the vision and layout of how the 2 departments will interact and what the role is of the leader, the Director of Health Services.
I think that's appropriate for just future potential needs to hire a future Director of Health Services. What does this really look like for Supervisor Williams?
I think the best approach is we make a plan, we share it with the public, give the public a chance to comment, and then we vote. Doing it out of order of making something permanent and then telling the public what we're thinking about, it's kind of too late for them to comment and influence the process.
Well, I don't have a motion.
Oh, we had a motion. I made the first and Glenn was the second. You want to call the question?
Nope, I want to open it up to public comment. Are there any members of the public in the room that wish to speak on public comment? And are there any members on Zoom that wish to provide public comment? And if I could have a restatement of the motion, please.
Direction for the director to come back with a more detailed plan and a 360 review.
Okay, vote by the button.
The motion carries with Supervisor Mulhern and Supervisor Hashak dissenting.
Okay, I do believe that we are now back on track to return to item 4. No, we did that one. 4E, discussion and possible action including approval of the Mendocino County Lodging Business Improvement District Annual Report, Adoption of resolution of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors declaring its intention to levy and collect an annual assessment from businesses in the bid within the boundaries of the unincorporated portion of the County of Mendocino and the incorporated areas of the City of Fort Bragg, the City of Point Arena, the City of Ukiah, the City of Willits from specified lodging businesses, and setting the date, time, and place of a public hearing to be held by the board to levy the proposed assessments for fiscal year 24-25. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. CEO Antle, County Council Ross, thank you. Adrian Thompson, Planning and Building Services. This is the first of the bid annual report. The second is setting the public hearing for June 25th as noted in your agenda summary. I'll keep this brief to preserve your time. The report is attached, and I believe VMC Executive Director Ramon Jimenez is online, as the bid chair John Glidewell is as well if you have questions. I'm available if you have any other questions or comments also.
Are there any supervisors with card? Supervisor Jurdy?
I'm not clear what the role of county staff is at the planning department. I mean, I know this item always comes up from planning department. In reviewing the document prior to getting forward, does the planning department provide any feedback to this board in the way it presents the information?
If I may, through the chair, Adrian Thompson, Planning and Building. We're the CEO designated liaison to the bid, and so we represent them with their placeholders. We service their meetings. We provide their staff support to give them their placeholders and work with them to prepare their presentations for the board.
Okay. Supervisor McGordy.
So I'm wondering if in the future, this might be more appropriate for Economic Development Division as a place to have the bid associated with it. Didn't exist in the past. Planning and Building took on the task. I just wonder if that's something to be considered.
I won't speak for planning and building or for any department, but I think that as part of the ordinance, this is a process that we follow, and I do know that there's been some work being done to try to transition, as there has been, no county budget funded for the organization. There's been some work to transition, and so perhaps that's something that could be added to that work plan, and we can, ask the executive director of Visit Mendocino if he might possibly incorporate some work with the economic development department. I would say that we haven't always had one of those either, and so making sure that we still have consistency throughout this bid assessment is important. I don't see any additional pens up, and I'm not seeing any hands raised online, but I do want to just, the item is actually to receive the report, I believe, and then it will be coming back in a public hearing.
Yes, that's correct. The public hearing will be June 25th.
Okay. Are there any members of the public on Zoom that wish to comment on this item? Seeing no hands raised, are there any members of public in the room? Okay, I have two pens, Supervisor Jurdy and Supervisor McGordy.
So my questions, I think, are for the person from Visit Mendocino who's on the Zoom.
I'm afraid that they're not. I did not see. Oh, did you bring him over? Thank you. Perfect. Good afternoon, Ramon.
Hello, Supervisors.
Okay, maybe you could provide some clarification about the budget. It has a number of line items in the, I guess you'd say, the pie chart of the budget, and it shows $75,000 or so for what it's calling partnerships. Under the narrative for partnerships, it talks about the fact that a number of your employees serve on boards or attend board meetings for a number of commissions and boards throughout the county. Can you clarify, is that $75,000 paying for your employees to attend meetings, or is it money that you're giving to those organizations?
Yeah, the second option. We, as just Visit Mendocino, we are involved in a lot of different boards, but it is not a budgeted item. So we have a partnerships where we do a grant and sponsorship program, and that is part of it.
So for clarification, when you say $75,000 and you list off those boards, those commissions, your organization is giving the $75,000 to those organizations?
We hold on, give me 1 second. I'm just pulling it up. They're switching screens. And you're referring, what was the page number again, Supervisor? 14?
I'm looking at page 14. It says partnerships is round up to $75,000.
Okay, the $74,892, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, so are you giving that money to the organizations, or are you paying your staff to attend those meetings?
Yes, we are. Yes, yes. Those are financial contributions and sponsorships to different organizations that we work with, such as the Mendocino Arts Council and various nonprofits ranging from Mendel Parks, the Mendocino Wine Growers, Anderson Valley Wine Growers, the Mendocino Coast Healthcare Foundation, the Mendocino Coast Healthcare Clinics, and various organizations of that sort.
Okay, and then you have another line item, personnel, $658,000. Do you have any additional personnel costs beyond the $658,000?
No.
Supervisor Hashim.
And then also just for, oh, sorry, I was going to say just for clarification, there's also within that budget, there is no county financial contribution. So this is just the budget built on the 1% business improvement district elections.
Thank you for that reminder. Supervisor Hashek.
Thank you. With the marketing and public relations, is that all done in-house, or how's that work? And
Yeah, so since the pandemic, we have we got rid of our marketing agency and we brought all the marketing in-house. So we do all the marketing ourselves. But we do contract with a PR person that helps us with our press releases, bringing media into the county and from that sort. But it's a two-person agency.
so the personnel is extra. You're doing the marketing, that 177,000 for marketing public relations is on top of your personnel cost.
Correct. That is for our PR contract, as well as media missions from Visit California or various trade shows that are attended by them to promote the county and bring media to the county to then turn that into visitations.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at your staffing structure or your organizational chart. So I assume the people listed on the organizational chart, are they employees of Visit Mendocino?
That is correct.
Just a question. One of the people you list as an employee is a former board member, Jennifer Seward. Is she still a full-time employee of the state of California?
She is a full-time employee with us.
Is she still employed by the state fairgrounds?
Correct.
So she has two full-time jobs.
Well, currently, when she came on board was to help us with our new business improvement district. And as you're aware, without the county support, that's a significant part of our budget that we no longer receive. And for the last 2 years, we've been working with Civitas advisors to work on the new marketing district plan to secure more funding without it being dependent on the county. And until December of this past year, we barely received data from the county. In January, we proceeded with the direction, and January, February, March, we have been working with county council on the new marketing district plan. But there has been no traction within that marketing district plan for the month of April. So she was brought on board largely to assist with this process that we are working on, that currently we're at a standstill.
Okay, just to clarify, to make sure I didn't mishear you, did you just say that she is a full-time employee of Visit Mendocino?
Yes, she's a full-time employee currently as our development manager.
Okay, I'm not seeing any additional questions from the dais, so I do want to make sure that I've received all of the public comment on this item. So if you would like to speak on this item and you are in the audience, please come forward. If you are on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature or press *9 on your telephone. Seeing no hands raised and seeing no one come forward, Supervisor Hashak.
Just one more question is, we're seeing that the TOT is down by 12%, and yet the impressions and everything on social media are up in your data. So what do you account for this discrepancy?
So a part of in regards to TOT and the bid, the original data that was provided by the county for the last fiscal year, which we received at the end of January, has been revised May 1st. So this plan that we've been working on has been written with the previous information that we had received from the Treasurer Auditor's Tax Collector's Office. So there will have to be an amendment to that information based on the new information that just released last week.
Thank you. I have no more public comment, and I would just be looking towards the board for somebody to make a motion for a recommended action or an alternative action. The recommended action is to approve the bid report and schedule a public hearing. Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, just a question, I don't know, maybe this is for staff. Each year we accept their report, and I know that there's been past years when board members on this board, then this other board say, okay, you accepted our report a year ago, and therefore county staff was supposed to do X, Y, and Z. By accepting this report, is it your understanding that county staff, that the Board of Supervisors is directing county staff to do anything?
Adrienne Thompson, Planning and Building Services. From my understanding, the report can be amended or modified before your public hearing if the board so chooses. There are recommended actions toward the end for the county as well as, I believe, VMC staff themselves. As board direction, adopting a report would recommend that the county staff fulfill the recommendations in the report, is my understanding.
Would you like to run down the top 3 or 4 items that you think are significant in their recommendations for county staff to do?
I would defer to the board's recommendation of their priorities as how they would like staff to fulfill the recommendations listed in the report.
Supervisor, I'm not sure who was first, McGordy or Williams?
I was just curious, what is the total cost for staff?
If I may, through the chair, I don't believe we have a current estimate this fiscal year that we've prepared. We could come back at the June 25th with the current estimate of the 2020.
Make sure there's support for it, but I would be curious what it costs us.
We within the budget, there's an up to 3%, up to 3% assessment, and last year what we were billed for was a little shy on that than $3,000 for the cost of staff.
Sorry, Ramon, that cut out a little bit. Did you say $30,000?
A little under $33,000.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McGordy?
I move the recommended action to accept the report, work on scheduling a time for a public hearing.
Thank you. Supervisor Jordy?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that the board, that we know prior to adopting it, the public hearing, that we should know what is the county's cost in implementing it. I'm hearing $33,000 potentially in staff reimbursement. Maybe that's adequate, I don't know. I know in the report, for some reason, they've only shown us a balance sheet as of December 31st, 2022, at which time they had about $1.8 million in reserves, which is, or let's say round it down to 1.5, so that's about 9 months of operating expenses and reserves. I think their website shows something more close to $1 million at this point in reserves, but their reserves are, they dwarf ours. I mean, we have about 6 weeks of operating expenses and reserves. They have over 6 months. So if there are county staff time expenses to implement their recommendations, I just want to make sure that the county is going to get reimbursed for the expenses. So I would like to see an estimated cost for the county to help implement their program with county staff time so that we know that at the June hearing.
Thank you. Was that a second to the motion?
Under those circumstances, yes, second.
Supervisor McGorty, do you agree with that?
Yes.
All right, we're going to vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to item 4L. Noticed public hearing, discussion and possible action to consider an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of minor use permit and variance to establish and operate a gas station with 10 gas pumps, 2 separate illuminated canopies, 28 new parking spaces, landscaping conversion of a part of an existing structure to a convenience store, and concurrent variance for a 65-foot tall business identification sign. Increase the allowable sign area and to reduce the front yard setback located at 9621 and 9601 North State Street, Redwood Valley, which may include additional direction to staff. And I'll just give the team a moment there to log in. I do believe that they may have a presentation this morning. I will just make sure we're following the public hearing process correctly. So we are, as I stated, on item 4L, and this hearing was continued from March 26, 2024. Clerk, has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established.
I'd like to just let the public and the board know the process that we're about to follow. First, the board and clerk will note any correspondence or telephones received. We'll have a staff presentation, applicant comments, then we'll go to public input and public comment. This public hearing was closed on March 26, 2024. However, the board did invite the applicant to provide additional traffic information, and staff has recommended that the item be remanded to the Planning Commission and for staff to conduct further analysis of traffic and transportation impacts. The board is going to accept public comment on this item, but encourage the public not to repeat information provided at the last meeting. And I would, of course, request, as I have for the last few items, that if you, when we get to the public comment portion, if you can stand so I can see how many people want to be identified to speak. And then, of course, if they're on Zoom, you'll raise your hands. So let's go ahead and go to, let me finish the process. Then staff will present final remarks. Then the applicant will present final remarks, and then the Board of Supervisors will present questions to staff or public, and then we will close public comment. So thank you very much for that. And Director of Planning and Building, Julia Carla.
Through the chair, if I may, I just want to state for the record that all correspondence related to this item has been sent to your email.
Thank you so much. Director of Planning and Building Services, Julia Krog.
Thank you, Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. So this item, as was mentioned, is a continued item, and at the last meeting, the board provided direction to staff to prepare a revised resolution for denial of the project, referring to several comments made regarding concerns from the public during the public comment portions of both the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors meetings. And so what has been presented is there's a red line resolution posted to the agenda item for the board's consideration. However, subsequent to the publication of this agenda, we have received an additional addendum to the traffic impact study. So given this information and again revised numbers being presented regarding the traffic counts, staff's recommendation is that the board remand this project back to essentially staff and the Planning Commission to conduct further review and analysis of potential project impacts based upon revised information. Now I just want to pause there and note that the addendum that's currently provided would not be the final numbers that staff would work off of. We would essentially be going back to a point where we would be consulting with Caltrans as well as our local county Department of Transportation and determining the criteria to be utilized in a revised traffic impact study. That traffic impact study would then be updated in the full content, and then staff would conduct, again, further analysis of the project, proceed back through Planning Commission and potentially to the Board of Supervisors should the decision be appealed. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski if he has any additional comments.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I will say that yes, based on the addendum that was received, we might recommend that this get remanded to at least analyze that additional data. It comes to the issue of one of the matters that was before the board for the reason for the denial, and in terms of just additional time to study that and see if there's any impact. There may not be any impact on the final numbers, but we have numbers that are at odds with the existing traffic study that was part of the project.
Do you have any additional staff presentation?
Not at this time.
Okay.
We're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hashak.
So has Caltrans been able to see this revised traffic study?
Yes, we did send a copy to Caltrans. However, there has not been any sort of formal comments provided by Caltrans for today's meeting.
Okay, so we don't know what Caltrans really thinks of this revised study.
Not in any formal correspondence.
Right. So.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams?
About what percentage reduction is it, this study versus the original?
Well, it's rather drastic. It goes from about a count of 5,000 trips per day to, I believe, under 100.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me, 3/4.
A 3/4 reduction. Are they asking for 3/4 fewer pumps, given they won't have the volume?
The project request remains unchanged.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions from board members before we move on to the applicant? Okay, seeing no pins, if the applicant would like to come forward with comments.
Good afternoon, thank you. I'm Brian Malmstead, I represent Mr. Alarm and Faison Corporation. The new traffic study was submitted by W-Trans, I want to say about 2.5 weeks ago. So I just wanted to make clear that this isn't a situation like last time where something was turned in like on the eve of meeting, which was frustrating to us as well. So Caltrans has had 2.5 weeks to consider this. I guess there have been some phone calls with both my client and staff with Caltrans, and I think particularly Supervisor Hashak seems to be very important concern of yours to what Caltrans is going to recommend here. It's my client was told that one of the representatives might actually come to the meeting today. I don't know if they're on Zoom, perhaps, but it would be nice to hear if their recommendations have changed since the numbers have lowered. So I think it's at least worth waiting for that for a vote, because that seems to be a key consideration for some of the supervisors. Otherwise, the numbers, they looked at the station not owned by my client on Lake Mendocino Drive, which is also a Chevron, the same as what would station at this proposed project, and the Arco on Talmadge, which is owned by my client. But they counted during peak hours and made the determination that trips were roughly 25% of the original estimate, which was around 5,300 trips a day. And her report explains that she used some sort of national database that apparently isn't geared towards rural counties such as this as the explanation. Obviously, it would have been better if they had the right numbers to begin with, but the truth is the truth. I do not believe this gas station is going to generate 5,000 trips per day. That being said, I looked at the draft resolution, the redlined and other version, and it essentially was the same reasoning. And this was for denial of the project. It was essentially the same reasoning as the Planning Commission, which was, I'll paraphrase, that this project is going to cause an increase in traffic to the extent that the freeway median is going to be closed, which is one of the recommended conditions by planning staff. I mean, that would be one thing if they just stopped there and said, okay, we have to close the freeway median, and that was a condition of approval. But it goes on to state that because the freeway median is going to be closed, that's going to cause a detriment to the public welfare and a nuisance, because local residents are no longer going to be able to turn left onto the freeway or cross the freeway on a 4-lane highway at this site location. And that's the part that just lacks any sort of evidentiary support in the record. I've been to all these hearings, I've read all the letters. I don't recall one single person getting up saying, hey, I can't turn left onto the freeway anymore if this project is approved, or I can't cross the freeway to get to my house. I drove up there this morning. On the Yuva Drive side, there's not much there. There's some residential homes, big lots, maybe about 4 homes. There's no evidence in the record to support that closing the median would be a detriment to the general welfare or a nuisance. That's preposterous. I mean, by that logic, any project proposed to this site that causes a level of traffic to increase to the level where the median has to be closed could never be approved, no matter what it was. So that just doesn't make sense. And it seems to me that the only real choice is, based on the evidence, not some other reason, would be to approve this project with the median closure or without it, not to deny it. A couple things my client wanted me to follow up on. Supervisor Mulherin had some questions about the Gobi Street station that he owns at the last meeting. He brought his geologist here that cleaned up that site and a closure letter from the water board, no further action letter. And he's adamant that that site was clean and that the violations were failure to file paperwork. And he wanted me to submit this into the record if I could. A couple of follow-ups. The easement held by Mr. Rawls, I had a chance to talk to him in the hallway. I think even he agrees that the law on easements is you have an easement over someone's property, it doesn't mean the property owner can't use that area of his property. He can use it so long as it doesn't unreasonably interfere with the ingress and egress. And we've moved this project closer to State Street to avoid any construction in his easement. There could be people that park in his easement area. There's designated parking spaces. And his concern was that maybe some people might park outside of the parking spaces, which doesn't seem very likely. But he also said, well, if this station is as busy as the casino down the street, there could be lines and then I couldn't get through. That doesn't seem very likely either. This is a Chevron. It's not the lowest price gas in the area like the casino. And the studies don't support that kind of traffic. So he's a nice guy. He has concerns, but he also has an easement through a parking lot of a strip mall. So he has to expect that there's going to be some traffic and parking in that area. Other than that, I would like to address, I wrote this letter regarding Supervisor Williams and comments he made on the record at the last meeting. I don't know what you intend to do with that letter. It got blown out of proportion a bit. It was even in the local media. However, I don't have anything against you personally. I've been before you a couple times, and you've done my clients right, and I think you support property rights. But I just want to remind you that this isn't like a legislative act or a budgetary act where you can do whatever you want and gauge how the public opinion, how you think that is. You at least have to consider the evidence and vote on the evidence and have findings to support what you're saying. I understand that the late filing of the traffic report last time was frustrating and might have been upsetting. It was for us too. I think Mr. Lum deserves a fair shake based on the evidence and the law and nothing else. With that, if you have any further questions, I'll be happy to answer if I can.
I believe Supervisor Williams has a question.
Everyone gets a fair shake here. I agree with you. But I have a question about the new traffic study. If it's showing 3/4 less volume, can your client make do with 3/4 fewer pumps? Why do you need all those pumps if there's only 1/4 of the anticipated customers coming?
Well, I don't believe his business plan ever considered 5,000 people coming to the station per day. That was
Well,
his
those, I mean,
thing.
but you submitted those, so they must have correlated at some point. I guess I'm trying to understand. What it signals to me is you anticipate that there will be far more people than this study is indicating, maybe not on day one, but eventually.
Well,
otherwise, why would you overbuild it by a multiple of 4?
I think the assumption is that the traffic study was done before the proposed project was considered with 10 pumps, which isn't the case. The traffic study was independent and done after he already submitted the plans for 10 pumps. And I think it doesn't take 5,000 people a day to use 10 pumps. If he had 1,000 people a day, he probably would do a fine business with the 10 pumps.
One last question. How many pumps are at the stations that are being used in the comparison?
I think the North State Street one that we presented evidence on last time was 20 pumps. I have to ask him. 12 at Arco, some more there. The Lake Mendocino Drive, which he doesn't own, but he thinks that's 12 also.
Thank you.
All of them have more.
Thank you. Are there any additional board questions for the applicant? Okay.
Thank you.
Seeing none. Thank you. So again, I'll just reiterate that this would be the time for public input and public comment. The public hearing was closed on March 26, 2024. And the board did invite the applicant to provide additional traffic information, and staff has recommended that the item be remanded to Planning Commission and for staff to conduct further analysis of traffic and transportation impacts. The board is going to accept public comment on this item at this time, but I encourage you not to repeat information that has been provided at the last meeting or subsequent meetings. And if you are in the room and you wish to speak, if you could please come forward and state your name for the record. If you are on Zoom and wish to speak, you can use the Zoom platform to raise your hand or press *9 on your phone.
Hey, my name is Dolly Riley. Greetings, Supervisors, CEO, Planning and Building, Council.
Before you get started, I'm sorry, Lily, can you restart the timer? Just for everybody that's speaking today, we're having a little bit of a challenge with our podium mic, so if you could please try to speak as closely as possible and as loudly as possible into it, that's helpful.
Okay, first of all, I understand this will probably be continued, and I'm going to try to give you new information. You already know a lot of people in Redwood Valley have expressed they don't want to see a 10-pump gas station convenience store built in our area. We don't want to repeat of Faison Corporation's failure to label fuel dispensers with correct octane rating, failure to adequately calibrate gas pump equipment to detect leaks, and failure to comply with hazardous waste laws as cited by the Sonoma County DEA in 2023. Pretty simple. Also, as supervisors, you can deny this permit based on the Mendocino County 2016 Formula Business Ordinance, which requires the board to consider chain stores defined as retail and restaurant businesses with 10 or more locations, and you can allow and consider the public's voice in your decision. Faison Corporation has at least 10 locations in 7 counties with convenience stores and similar facades. Their website states they have 700 retail outlets. As to Faison's recent traffic study, it's simply not credible. They allege less traffic because more people work from home, etc. It's kind of magical thinking because Mendocino County has very few people that work from home and has what's known as a service economy. I spent 10 years at EDD working there as a labor consultant. And I can tell you in our county, teachers, doctors, law enforcement, retail sales clerk, they're all service workers. They can't work from home. The better fuel economy, they claim, only justifies increased driving. You build it, it will attract more cars. I wanted to address that Faison's attorney wanted Supervisor Williams to recuse himself, which I personally am going to say it's absurd, as he's listened to the evidence and then he stated his motion. This is asking a segment of the county to forego representation. If the project is allowed, I believe Faison will protest having to pay for a center median. If that's approved, having no center median with increased gas station traffic on Highway 101 could open the county up for a wrongful death lawsuit when there's a catastrophic accident. If a center median is installed for an approved project, it would cut off east-west traffic. And that would constrain neighbors' free movement to the Inland Humane Society. A lot of people go that way to get to the Humane Society. And it would slow firefighting access. All of this is solved with no gas station. And Faison's request for variance, if granted, would infringe upon a neighbor's right to fully utilize his property. In closing, based on the neighbors' widespread protests, the Planning Commission's earlier decision, this discretionary minor use permit would constitute a nuisance or be detrimental to health, safety, peace, morals, etc. Please be unified in upholding the Planning Commission decision to deny the permit based on the project's need for center median and the request of variance that steals the neighbor's right-of-way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody, my name is Gabriela Gallegos. I am a neighbor right next to the proposed gas station. I ask of you guys to please hear the pleas of the community. I am speaking on behalf of my family. Nobody in my family unit would want to see a gas station built there. I've been living here for 23 years, and in this time there have been numerous vehicle accidents on this freeway, some of them ending in death. The freeway intersection is dangerous. Average speeds of people coming down from the Willits grade exceeds 65 miles an hour due to the downhill nature. Trying to cross an intersection can be a gamble, especially during high traffic hours when people are returning home from work. Having a gas station there would mean more people trying to cross the intersection, increased risk of vehicle accidents, more injuries, and possible deaths. In 2010, a 16-year-old Redwood Valley resident, a classmate of mine, she lost her life crossing this intersection, and her passenger was seriously injured. In 2021, another accident was reported with multiple people having injuries to the point where the air ambulance needed to be called. And these are only some of the reported accidents. What about the ones that haven't get reported, or the near misses of people just trying to cross it? And I understand that there is possible of closing the center median, but get there. Are people's lives worth a gamble just to have the gas station there? Would first responders rather have a gas station, meaning they would also be putting other people's life at stake? And if they close the center median, how would they even access this at that point? Mr. Haji Muhammad Alan, owner of the Fazim Corporation, he has proven in the past that he is not a responsible business owner and cares very little about the environment. In January of 2023, Mr. Alam and the Fazim Corporation was fined for failing to follow proper environmental protocols when it came to properly managing and monitoring equipment that monitors underground leak fuels. He also failed to comply with the laws and regulations, hazardous waste, and hazard materials. He has deceived the public purposely, mislabeling the lower octane gas and sold as a higher octane. And this has happened in several locations across the counties. Is this the kind of person that we want to support in our community? Someone that is going to pollute and lie for his own personal gain? On a personal note, again, living next door to the proposed gas station, we have an easement that runs through the property. Our 70-foot easement has been placed since the 1970s, and Mr. Alam, knowingly about the easement that we have there, has never come up to greet us or propose his ideas. His construction would be an obstruction to our easement, not to mention increasing traffic and noise in our area. The building and traffic would obstruct the path to our home. The proposed building plans also include a 65-foot lighted sign. This sign would be an inconvenience to our family, as this sign would be shining right into our living room and our bedrooms, respectively, decreasing our right to quality time of rest inside our home in a peaceful location. In the past, there's been other corporations trying to build a billboard in our vicinity, which we've kindly declined. Having another store in an area can also increase the opportunity for crime. We have a family reforestation business that we have been in business for over 20 years. And just last year, we got broken in, and people started stealing parts off our cars, which led us having to pay costly repairs and lose time off of work due to lack of transportation. And having this happen more than multiple times now, having more people around the area would increase the chances of this happening over and over.
Thank you for your comments. I do want to make sure we are out of time, and if everybody could try to keep to the 3-minute time limit, that's helpful. Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Board. My name is Gizmo. First thing I'd like to say is I'm here. There's a lot of water that we are going to need that is going to come out of our aquifers. And I just, with all of the talk about the tanks, I just came from the USA gas station. Again, it's closed for its 3rd time from a company coming from Santa Rosa who changes the filters. And as soon as they do and leave, the dinger goes off that the brand new tanks that this gentleman here, that the applicant wants to put in. This is a pretty new, at the edge of Rayleigh's, the USA gas station at the north end of town. This is a new built building with new tanks in the ground. And this applicant has brought to us, how safe everything is. Yet this is the 3rd time that the company from Santa Rosa has come up to try to figure out where the leaks is. And it's open for 5 days and then closed again by our county because there's still a leak. So you're asking us to agree with putting a tank, and building and planning is entertaining the ideas of putting tanks in the ground above our aquifer. So the aquifer that we just identified that is going to give us water for the next number of years. I mean, this just doesn't make sense. All of that water, any of that leakage is going to go into Forsyth Creek. Forsyth Creek then feeds the Russian River. The Russian River feeds millions of people downstream. Okay, you will be responsible for contaminating our water supply over the next 25 years if you okay this project. 2, point I want to make, the Sierra Club has made sure that there are no new gas stations. They have adopted Mendocino or Marin, Sonoma, Napa. They have adopted this procedure, started in Petaluma. The reason why these companies are here now is because they're going to go around and buy up as much as they can because we have not adopted this yet. And so I urge the board, not only, and the Planning Commission, please, do not allow this permit to go on. But not only that, we need to vote right away. No new gas stations, no new fossil fuel stations in this county anymore, period. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Patricia Orpin Riz-Yarbrough. I'm a member of the Redwood Valley Grange and also the MAC. I would like to read the following to you. As to the appeal of the Planning Commission's denial for a permit for the Faison Corporation, there's going to be a lawsuit no matter what you do. If Supervisor Williams is recused and supervisors vote no, there will be a lawsuit. If Supervisor Williams does not recuse himself with a no vote, there will be a lawsuit. Whatever Ted does, if supervisors vote yes, Faison will then not want to pay for the 101 center median, and if they are compelled to, in order to allow for the permit approval, then there will be a lawsuit. If supervisors vote yes, Faison, of course, will push or sue for no center median on 101. And if that decision is allowed as a part of permit approval, it will greatly increase the chance of catastrophic death. Then the deceased person's family will sue the county for allowing this action despite Caltrans's multiple letters requiring a median. Who will they sue? They will sue the county. I believe that no matter how you rule, there will be a lawsuit from Faison or from deceased persons, family members against the county. This problem is what it looks like when corporations have more rights and wealth than citizens. You are stuck with this pushy outfit that has a shady history, and they will do everything to get what they want, which is profits on our backs, destroy our peace, destroy our environment, our water, and diminish our community. The only thing you can do in light of being between a rock and a hard spot, the only thing left to do is to do the right thing and to deny this permit unanimously. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have a few more speakers in the room. If you would like to speak, please go ahead and come forward. I do see that we have at least one caller online, and I will move to online after in the room. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Lily Dodd. I'm a longtime resident of Mendocino County, northern Mendocino County. I live north of Laytonville. I am for proposed Chevron station in the Redwood Valley area. The only other gas stations that I know of that are directly on Highway 101, even though this one is not directly on, it is on a side road, is in Hopland and in Laytonville. I appreciate Mr. Alam and his corporations wanting to invest in our county and bring new infrastructure, modern infrastructure to our county. Also, as well as providing a good quality product and but I feel that he has good intentions. I know there have been many things brought to light about the environment, community, and I don't feel that it's just solely a Redwood Valley issue. I feel like it's a county issue. And I feel that Mr. Alam and his corporation are trying to bring good things and money to our county. I understand our county does have some budget issues, and that we need more. I appreciate your time listening to my humble comments. Thank you.
Thank you for coming today.
Hello and good afternoon. And my name is Todd Harp. I'm actually a 20-year Redwood Valley resident as well. I appreciate you guys for everything that you've been going through with this and hearing our comments and bearing with us. I personally am for the gas station as well. Again, being a Redwood Valley resident for as long as I have, it's been a hard thing seeing only 2 gas stations in the past few years. You know, we got our Redwood Valley gas station, we have now our casino gas station. From everywhere from the area, from Willits, Potter Valley, all the way to Lake Mendocino Drive. During the fires, it was a pretty big struggle, trying to get resources and trying to get gas and trying to be, you know, to do these things with limited resources available. So adding something to help us along the way definitely is a good improvement, I think, on our part. Yeah, I think it's a good project. I think it'll bring good for the area. I think it'll bring jobs to the community. And yeah, I appreciate you guys doing what you can. Hope this can make it through. So thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Frances Owen. I believe I speak on behalf of many Redwood Valley citizens who are concerned that you may approve this gas station in Redwood Valley. It's disconcerting that you would give any thought to approving such an endeavor when this corporation has had serious environmental violations in the past. It's nonsensical to believe that a $500,000 fine for violations in the past was only due to paper violations. There is nothing environmentally friendly about this project. The corporation is not even proposing electric charging stations. Even if they were to now offer them, we are very concerned about the potential for increased deadly accidents in this location. More in and out traffic and more construction in this area will likely cause more safety hazards in an already heavily traveled area. And when you talk about traffic studies, let's keep in mind that traffic numbers surely go up substantially in the summertime with vacations as people head north, south, and over to the coast. Of the many who spoke in support of this project, one stated it would bring more jobs. These convenience stores are not known to employ many employees. Among other proponents, only one appeared to be from Redwood Valley, and she's the owner of a nearby coffee shop. Others who spoke in support were a hotel developer from the south end of Ukiah, former Sheriff Tom Allman, who we believe lives in Willits, and commuters between Willits and Ukiah. These supporters are not nearby neighbors who will have to live 24/7 with the ramifications of the negative impacts this station will create. Excuse me. In previous matters brought before this board from Redwood Valley, for example, Redwood Valley's recent attempt to form a cannabis prohibition zone, the board gave preference to outside special interests, thereby going against the concerns of local citizens with regards to potential safety and environmental issues. That decision has resulted in a continued disruption to our peace and well-being in our residential neighborhoods in Redwood Valley. Our homes are our sanctuaries. I ask you, if this station were proposed so close to your homes, would you be approving it? I seriously doubt it. We are very hopeful that this will not be a repeat of the cannabis prohibition experience we went through, which showed a disregard of the wishes of local residents. An approval of this gas station would also disregard the hard work of our local Redwood Valley Municipal Advisory Council members. Redwood Valley does not want to be dumped on again. And an approval of this gas station, in our opinion, would be yet another short-sighted decision made by this board. Redwood Valley does not need this station and convenience store, and we do not want it. We respectfully request you deny this project and stop approving delays. Thank you.
Thank you. Just so those callers that are waiting online, I have 2 more speakers in the room, and then we'll go online. Thank you. Please come forward.
Yes, hello. My name is Stephen Knittel. I'm a California registered geologist. I started my involvement with Mr. Alam about 20 years ago. I was a former employee of SES Engineers, and about 10, 15 years ago, I started with, which is now the ECA group. We do environmental cleanup. I've done several projects cleaning up the sites. Most of those sites were sites that he bought that were already contaminated, and we've cleaned it up. The most recent one is the Jensen truck stop, and that is now going into closure with the water board. All the stuff that I've done is on GeoTracker, so it's well documented, leading the Gobi Street report. That was one of my reports. And environmental management, it's okay. I mean, when there's a problem, I've been there and we've resolved the issues. So that's all I could say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Mulhern, Board of Supervisors, County staff. My name is Tom Rawls, and I will bring up some of my previous concerns. I will minimize those. My understanding is that the board's responsibility is to determine whether it impedes on the immediate neighborhood's peace, morals, and comfort. As I stated at a previous meeting, current easement was granted in 1976 from what was Highway 101. And that was in preparation of the strip mall being built. Thompson says, yes, my easement is strip mall. Was that good planning? I don't think it was good planning at that time. Strip mall has never done much business. So I don't know that more poor planning will enhance the area long term. Mr. Mumpson says that it's an unreasonable concern that people will park in the right spots. I've worked in the public sector for a long time. The public does not always behave responsibly. So I don't think that they have addressed how my easement, neighbor's easement, and my brother's easement won't be blocked. County Council has said that they don't get involved in easement issues, but I'm perplexed at how the county is not getting involved in a public easement issue if the variance is granted for the project. That's a direct involvement in private easements. The approval of the project and the granting of a variance will cause the neighboring property owners to file civil lawsuits to protect our easements, a legal battle that could have profound financial implications for the immediate neighbors. I'm an elementary school principal. This is the second time I've had to be off campus, definitely causing a nuisance for 300 students and 75 staff members. Once again, I implore the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors to follow the Planning Commission's reasoning to deny the project. I understand that there are different traffic studies, and it seems logical to think that the traffic studies are being swayed to make you think that there won't be cars coming into the project. I don't know that a reasonable business person would conceive such a project. So approving the project would be detrimental to my family's health, my neighbor's family health, safety, peace, morals, and comforts, and the general welfare, since we reside and work in the area. That's the people that are talking to you. My understanding is that's who you're supposed to wonder about in this project. As Caltrans has stated, the project would significantly increase the likelihood of fatal accidents. This project is a bad idea. As noted by myself, my neighbors, the Redwood Valley Municipal Committee, the League of Women Voters, other groups, and other hundreds of individuals if you've been watching online. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. And now I'd like to go online to our Zoom commenters. If you're in the room and you wish to speak, I will go one more time into the room. So online, Peter McNamee and then Don Hess. Peter, can you unmute so you can be heard?
Thank you. I have spoken before. I've also submitted written testimony on this. I would note that in looking at the e-comments, there were over 10 written emails to you. All 10 of those are in opposition to this project. I think that it's important to recognize that there's overwhelming public opposition to this proposal. I want to add something that I don't think has been touched upon, and certainly if it has been, not adequately enough. There are a lot of reasons, I think overwhelming number of reasons not to approve this appeal, to support the decision. I think you should support the decision of your planning commission in this. But one reason stands out more than any of all. This particular site and that particular intersection is a dangerous intersection. You have cars traveling both northbound and southbound on Highway 101 at very high speeds, and an intersection which allows for people to make turns across those lanes. Even under the best conditions, with ideal visibility and no adverse weather conditions, that's a dangerous intersection. And no matter how you slice it or dice it, you have to concede. Common sense dictates that if you add a gas station with 10 pumps, you're going to increase the traffic going through that intersection, trying to make turns on and off the freeway through a very dangerous location. And as a result, there will be collisions. And as a result of the speed that those collisions will occur in, there will inevitably be fatalities. If for no other reason, that's a reason why the board should say this should deny this appeal, should not allow a gas station to be built at that location. It's just, this isn't an ordinary place to build a gas station. It's not like the city of Ukiah where people get off on side streets and they're driving at 25 miles an hour when they make turns on and in and out of gas stations. This is a highway, and that's an intersection that it goes directly onto and off of that highway. So I appeal to your just sense of propriety for the people of this county and the safety, and ask you to support your planning commission, deny this appeal, and I thank you for giving me this time to make one last. I really don't believe, honestly, that there's any reason for a delay, for you to make any further delays on this. No matter what the traffic study comes back with, it's still going to be a dangerous intersection, and everybody knows it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I'd like to go now to Don Hess, and then caller ending 1403. We'll start with Don, and then if you're on the Zoom platform and wish to speak, go ahead and raise your hand. After these two online callers, I'm going to go back into the room. So Don, and then phone number ending in 1403.
Okay, Chair Mulhern, members of the board, CEO Antel, county staff, good afternoon. I would like to take this opportunity today to address some comments made by Mr. Mahmoud Alam at the hearing on March 26th. In promoting his proposed gas station project for Redwood Valley, he proudly described the planned Chevron station as the, and I quote, Neiman Marcus, unquote, of gas stations when compared with what he described as a Walmart-style gas station provided by the local rancheria. So I have a question, albeit rhetorical. Has Neiman Marcus, a popular high-end clothing store, ever been sued by the state of California for willfully deceiving the public about the climate risk of burning fossil fuels? Allow me to quote some excerpts from California's landmark lawsuit against Chevron and Big Oil filed in September 2023, and I quote, Chevron's statements in California and elsewhere made in furtherance of its campaign of deception about and denial of climate change and Chevron's affirmative promotion of its fossil fuel products as safe with knowledge of how the intended use of those products would cause climate change related harms were designed to conceal and mislead consumers and the public, including the state and its residents, about the serious adverse consequences that would result from continued use of Chevron's products, unquote. The state's injuries just in 2023, as described in the lawsuit, are as follows, and I quote, extreme drought and widespread flooding, sprawling wildflowers and historic storms, and an unusually cold spring and a record hot summer. These extremes are devastating the state and destroying people's lives and livelihoods, and they are accelerating. These extremes are the products of climate change, and climate change is the product of widespread combustion of fossil fuels, unquote. The suit continues, and I quote, oil and gas company executives have known for decades that reliance on fossil fuels would cause these catastrophic results. But they suppress that information from the public and policymakers by actively pushing out disinformation on the topic. Their deception caused a delayed societal response to global warming, unquote. Look, now I understand that information like this is perhaps not entirely germane for the board as it decides its appeal by Faison, which should substantially be based on land use issues. However, I do believe that the public should nevertheless be aware of these utterly deceitful practices by Chevron. Finally, I encourage the board to deny this appeal based on the legitimate nuisance impacts this gas station would have as identified by the Planning Commission. And I totally agree with Peter's statements that this location is a disastrous location for a gas station. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Caller ending in 1403.
Well, good afternoon, supervisors and staff. My name is Marcy Snyder. I'm a resident of Mendocino County, and I'm very concerned about the approval of this gas station. This is a rural residential community where a giant gas station, really very large gas station, is going to be installed if this ultimately is approved, which will jeopardize the health, safety, peace, morals, and welfare of the residents of Redwood Valley. The intersection is dangerous. Caltrans has already identified it as a very, very dangerous intersection. And even though Faison keeps coming back with new studies and they keep changing the numbers, this is not good. Doesn't seem to come from any kind of fact. It seems to be coming from manufactured ideas in order to bring up numbers that will sway the board to allow for this gas station. The residents of Redwood Valley clearly, the bulk of them clearly don't want this gas station. They want to be safe. They want to be able to use that highway in a safe manner. They want to have access to their homes. I urge you to make a decision today to deny this project. Thank you very much, and all the best in your deliberations there. I hope you can deny it today. I think you have plenty of facts.
Thank you for your comments. I don't have any other online callers, so I'd like to invite comments back in the room before it comes back to the board.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Tom Allman, correctly a resident of Willett. I'll be very short. You've heard my points before. It's clear how this board's going to vote, to be quite honest. But I want to just remind you to be very careful on setting precedent of a person who bought some property which is zoned correctly, zoned that would allow a gas station in, and this board very possibly is going to say, well, we know you bought the property which you intended to do and it's zoned correctly, and we're not going to let you to do it. There's a precedent being set here that be very cautious on. And maybe there's a way to split the baby in the middle. Maybe the sign doesn't have to be that high. Maybe there's something else that could happen, but just be very careful. But thank you. It's easy to make an easy decision. It's very hard to make a hard decision. Please don't take the easy rate. Take the hard way and look at Mendocino County. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other commenters in the room? Yeah, thank you. Please come forward, and if you wish to speak, if you could just form a line so I can see how many people I have to speak. Thank you.
Oh, hi there. I'm a longtime resident of Redwood Valley. As somebody mentioned the precedent regarding the, I guess, buying property and you have the right to do whatever you want, I believe that everybody in Redwood Valley believes that there has to be a safe way to do it. Like, I have a property, I can't literally do anything I want. The biggest thing, I guess, that I thought of just right now is the precedent regarding the easement. I guess there's two sides to the coin regarding that, but if you can't go to your own home and you live in a rural community, I just don't. I think that's the easy way, and it's an easy question. It's not really that hard, in my personal opinion, and I believe in a lot of people that live out in Redwood Valley. I would like to thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I please get your name for the record?
Oh, excuse me, sir. Can we have your name for the record?
My name is Jorge Luna.
Thank you. So we will now go to staff to present final remarks. Supervisor Williams, did you have a question before we have staff?
Sure, because maybe they can answer it in their presentation. I'm not considering potential bad deeds done elsewhere. I'm focused just on this particular project by itself. And the traffic study, even if valid, and I can't say that it is, will invite more development in the area, some of which doesn't require, or most of which won't require a use permit. Are we looking at the cumulative impact, not just this one project, but the other activity that it will invite to the adjacent properties?
Are you excuse me, Julia Cron, Planning and Building Services Director. Are you referring to as it relates to traffic impacts or environmental impacts?
Traffic impacts.
Traffic impacts.
Because that's really what we care about, right? I've been to a lot of traffic collisions over the last 17 years. I don't want to see another high-speed traffic collision. One life is too much of a loss to justify a gas station. And if we're looking at just the business that goes to that gas station, we're not really considering cumulative impact, which is you put a gas station in that'll be a tenant facility that'll invite more adjacent business. How does planning look at the cumulative impact to traffic?
Sure, I am not a traffic engineer. I should start off by saying that. But generally, traffic studies typically look at your existing conditions, and then they will look at what the future projected may be. That may also include any future foreseeable projects. Obviously, that you may not be able to determine it'd be speculative to assume what could be developed in an area in the future. Yeah. But reasonably foreseeable projects, I believe, are typically taken into consideration.
Where you see a gas station, you'll see a sandwich shop and a car wash, and it starts escalating. I don't see that consideration in the traffic studies that have come forward to date. Who has that responsibility? Is it the applicant or is it our planning department? Who evaluates cumulative impact of traffic?
So typically when we have a traffic study prepared, it'd be prepared by the applicant or their consultant and then submitted for review. And county staff, again, we do not have the expertise as traffic engineers, but that is why we rely upon referral agencies such as our County Department of Transportation and the California Department of Transportation.
So as we invite the California Department of Transportation to opine on this, can we ask that they advise us on the cumulative impact over the next couple of decades? Because they know if you put a gas station and the other adjacent parcels will be developed.
I think certainly if that's the will of the board.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, I know. At the beginning of the meeting, the staff said that this needed further analysis due to the fact that this has now been a traffic study submitted by the applicant and twice amended. So we're now on the twice amended traffic study to analyze. I agree with having that additional analysis and some commentary from Caltrans and from the Department of Transportation. But I don't understand the concept of why does it need to go back to the Planning Commission? Because it seems to me that, the staff work needs to be done, the consultation needs to take place, but I don't understand sending it back to the Planning Commission. It just seems like, I actually don't understand why we have today's meeting. I actually think, given the information that came in and the request that came in from the board at the last meeting that we wanted the consultation with Caltrans and with the Department of Transportation, I don't understand why this came back today without that consultation for us for today's meeting. So my own 2 cents is, do the consultation and then bring it back to this board.
Deputy County Counsel Kudrowski.
So Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. We're back here today because the meeting was continued to a date certain at the last meeting. That was the majority vote. So with that, we have the information we have. We sent off to Caltrans when we could send it. And in terms of going back to the Planning Commission, that's more of just an issue of, that's the entity who has the original jurisdiction over the use permit. If staff's going to go back and reevaluate traffic, and go back to study in its entirety, see how it's impacted by these kind of numbers, if these are the numbers that we actually stick with as part of that analysis, then the Planning Commission would have been the body with the actual first jurisdiction over this, and the board's the appeal body.
I don't think that's necessary, Matt. I mean, I've been on city council for 14 years. We've had issues, new information come to the city council after it went to the Planning Commission. Staff reviewed it, and the city council dramatically changed what the Planning Commission had recommended based on new information that came in. There's not a legal requirement to send this back to the Planning Commission.
Interim County Counsel Ross.
Yes, good afternoon through the chair, James Ross, Interim County Counsel. We could certainly evaluate whether or not it needs to go to the Planning Commission or it could return to the Board of Supervisors. I think that evaluation would be dependent somewhat on what the analysis says and what changes might occur to the project, if any.
I did want.
Before we go on, is it possible to see if there was support for my request that we look at cumulative impact of likely development stemming from this initial project?
We can do that. Supervisor Jordy, do you support that?
Yes, I spoke to that at the last meeting. I assumed that that would be part of the staff's analysis.
And Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGorty?
Yes, but also a comment too, that the traffic study needs to be robust. Looking at 2 stations, I don't think is really very adequate at one point in time. And I from a statistical sampling and analysis of what we've been seeing, it's all over the place, but not particularly something that I would be convinced of. So I don't know if the applicants plan additional information, but what you've received so far is not particularly good, in my opinion, as somebody who has worked with data for my entire career.
Director Krog?
Thank you. Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. So I just want to comment again about sort of what the process would look like if this were remanded back to work with the applicant. So essentially, the addendums that have been completed at this point would not be what would be worked off of. There would be consultation with Caltrans and likely our County Department of Transportation to determine what kind of assumptions and what kind of methodology would be utilized in an updated traffic impact study and a much more detailed study similar to the very original document that was provided, which was over 100 pages. I think the document with supporting data and information would be what you would expect rather than a couple page addendum being provided. So, I think certainly there would be additional discussion about exactly that methodology that would be utilized, how many stations, how those traffic counts are being conducted, if this were to be remanded or, additional information requested from the applicant.
Thank you. Supervisor McGorty?
And I'd just like to talk for a second too, just about the change in the nature of the environment by having a 24-hour gas station and with lights, and how that would really change the nature of that part of Redwood Valley, which I think there's a lot of concern over. Formula business. Redwood Valley has been very clear about where they stand on this, and I've certainly heard them. And I just wanted to make a point of that because we've had a lot of people from Redwood Valley, discussing this, communicating with us, and I wanted to be sure that they understand I've heard their message.
Thank you. So the public hearing, the public hearing was closed on March 26th, and I'm not sure that staff has completed their presentation, and the applicant still gets another opportunity to say a few words. I have a caller on Zoom, Jake Larson, that I would want to make sure that that person is heard before we move any further with this item. If you could please unmute and speak.
Hi, I'm Jake Larson, and I worked with Haji Alam on a former project, and I was listening to discussion a lot about the Faison Corporation and how they conduct business, and I truly, all my dealings with him, he has been nothing but upright and honest and straightforward. He has always tried to make the most effort to make any business dealing be transparent and honest, from what I've seen. And I just feel like some of the criticism I have seen from him has not been right. I also have seen that he has always spent a lot to make the value of the projects and the property and the community raise. I've never seen it go the other way around. And I just wanted to kind of share my thoughts on that. And I can understand the community's concerns about some safety and how it's going to impact the community. I heard people talk about the water and stuff. I don't really know the specifics of this project, but I know on other projects, he has always treated the employees and the workers really well, and always has been transparent with any project of permitting that I've got with him.
Staff, do you
Thank
have
you.
Additional items or comments at this point?
No additional comments from staff. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And then applicant, if you'd like to come forward, do you have any additional comments you'd like to add at this point? Final remarks.
Thank you. Yes, I would. Again, if you just look at the law and the evidence presented, the choice isn't between denying the project altogether or approving it with conditions. The choice is whether to impose the freeway condition, closing the median and the acceleration, deceleration lanes, which Caltrans is recommending based on 5,000 trips. Or perhaps you could consider the new studies that say there's going to be 1,000, 1,300 trips and lessen that or eliminate those conditions. Otherwise, your staff, Mr. Crowley, prepared a mitigated negative declaration that analyzed every environmental impact of this project and concluded that there would be no significant environmental impacts that could not be mitigated with the conditions suggested. I was around and representing the opponents of the Dollar General when the Redwood Valley MAC was formed, and the community kind of got motivated to stop corporations from coming in, and I represented those guys. And the difference there was that building and business was going right in the center of town. But don't forget, this site is 50 feet from the freeway in a commercial strip mall. It's not in a neighborhood. And the fact that people might have to drive through the parking lot to get to their homes and have an easement is true, but there are designated parking spaces, and one can't just assume people are going to park in the middle of traffic lanes. That's never happened before. And if it did, it would be illegal, and the person would be towed just like if someone parked in your driveway. So that isn't a reason to deny the project. Most significantly, though, the proposed resolution that I saw online is saying that the mitigation of closing the freeway median is a reason to deny the project. And that's where the logic breaks down. How can making the freeway safer and preventing left turns onto a 4-lane highway, people going 70 miles an hour, be a detriment to the general welfare? How could that be possible? I mean, either this project should be approved because it has no significant impacts if these mitigation measures are required, or something less should be required. Otherwise, Mr. Allman's right, Sheriff Allman, that an owner has investment-backed expectations. They buy property in a certain zone and expect to be able to develop it according to the law if there's no impacts. And there's been a professional study showing there's no impacts with these mitigation measures. So to just come up with something like this, closing the median will be a nuisance, there's no evidence of that. And it's not logical. Closing the median will make the freeway safer. Maybe people might have to drive a minute to the West Road overpass. That's a detriment to the general welfare? I don't think so. So I agree with Supervisor Jurdy that I don't see the point of putting this back to the Planning Commission. I think both the applicant and the public have waited quite a while on this project, and some of it is our doing. The study needed to be updated. There was actually 3 gas stations studied. Supervisor McCordy, the North State Street and the Talmadge Road and Lake Mendocino Drive. We'll study more if that's what you want. We were just following the direction of the board last time, and we weren't allowed by the tribe we didn't get permission to study the casino one. But if you want more information, we'll provide that. Otherwise, Mr. Alam instructed me that if anyone had any questions of him, he's also available.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to just get back to our process. So now the Board of Supervisors can present questions to staff or the public, if there are any questions. And I don't see any additional public comment, so I'd like to close public comment, and Supervisor I think what I'd like to do is close public comment and go back to the board. I'm sorry. Well, thank you. I'm afraid not. Thank you. Supervisor Hashak.
Well, this process is kind of problematic because we have people coming here on both sides, twice now. And the recommendation from the staff is to remand it back to planning commission to really understand what, if the study, the traffic study is valid or not, and then we don't have what the implications of any kind of traffic study would be because we don't have the feedback from Caltrans or the Department of Transportation, I guess. We don't have the future projections of what kind of traffic implications, increases would happen. And so again, we're left, like what Supervisor Jurdy said, we're left stringing this along again to try to make the right decision. And it's just, it doesn't seem like we're doing anyone real justice in the situation by just going on and on. At the same time, we do have these legitimate concerns, and we don't have the answers to the questions that really, for me, one of the most important question is this traffic study and the implications for blocking off the median. And, it sounds like last time when we talked about it, that was a deal buster. If they had to put in a median and deceleration, acceleration lanes for the northbound traffic. So, and also I guess I'm concerned about this easement question. And I hear staff saying, well, that's a civil issue and it's not the county's role, that's between the two, participants or the owners of those properties. But at the same time, if there's this easement and there has to be a variance for the setback to allow for that easement, then it seems like the county is a participant in that activity, which is jeopardizing that easement. And that's, I'm not a lawyer, but it just seems like we might get drug into a lawsuit in that regard too. And then lastly, it's, the lights, there would have to be a variance for the sign, the height, size of the sign. This, I am concerned about that issue too for the people who live in that area, because it is rural by nature, even though it is a highway. People are used to that kind of, they're sensitive to light pollution. So those are my concerns, but I would certainly, without a clear choice and to try to avoid any kind of lawsuits on this, I think the best choice is to remand it back to the Planning Commission to do the studies and just let everyone know that those are certainly my concern issue.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, does the district supervisor have any thoughts before I?
Well, I'm just trying to go over our options. So I kind of agree that if we can cut out the middleman here and have studies done by staff to clarify this and then have a report brought back to us, probably saves a lot of time for the Planning Commission. They've already reviewed it. They've opined on it. I don't think the traffic thing is a big issue. And I don't think we have enough information here to make a really wise decision. We could make a decision, but when we're talking about other people's money and other people's houses and lives and neighborhoods, we want to be really, really sure when we make a choice. So again, maybe talking to Councilor Pedrowski, maybe you could tell us again our options as you see it.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, there's multiple options the board could look at in terms of how it could move forward with reconsidering the appeal and the denial of the Planning Commission. I think staff had recommended that this could be remanded to the Planning Commission. It is true, the board could just keep this with the board, and on all likelihood, we'd be asking the board to continue to a date uncertain, so we could have the time to get back in touch with Caltrans and review these documents. And then we'd have we would renotice that for a hearing for the board.
So in your opinion, which makes you more comfortable as an attorney? thinking about risk management.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, what I can say is that the board has received additional information in regards to a traffic study that is kind of at the core of the issues that we're talking about here. We're recommending a continuance to review those things to see if that changes the analysis one way or the other. I think what we've received is partial. It doesn't, what its exact effect in the entirety of the traffic study is unknown. Several pages isn't the same thing as rewiring the traffic study to include that information. So that's the recommendation we've said from the beginning of today's item, was just to take that back and relook at the information we have and see how that affects the recommendations for the project.
And thinking along those lines, so obviously Caltrans has to be a partner in making this decision because it's their road that this is coming off of, correct?
The property location is 50 feet off from US 101, but technically it's a North State Street address.
I just want to be sure that we're talking to the right people as we make this decision. We've had all possible logical input that would make a good decision. It seems like Caltrans needs to be involved. You say that's correct, Supervisor Dirty? I mean, you know from MCOG, and this affects Highway 101 as much as it affects North State Street because of the potential hazards if there isn't mitigations for people and allowances for people either to make or not make turns. And so the next question is it adequate just to give it back to staff to conduct the necessary investigation and bring it back to the board? Or do you feel that Planning Commission is probably the better body to deliberate on this?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, and I'll let Ms. Krog correct me, but I believe the staff will be reaching out to Caltrans and our DOT in any event for that analysis.
That's correct, and we would be essentially working with the applicant going back. I mean, it takes the project back almost to the starting line, so to speak, because the entirety of the analysis could shift in all of the documentation that's been prepared by staff leading up to this point, particularly as it may relate to the CEQA document and any recommendations for conditions or mitigation measures. But again, we need to go through that full analysis to really be able to speak to that. And since all applications such as this are subject to cost recovery, any time spent by the department working on these this revised traffic study and revised analysis would be at the expense of the applicant.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Is staff able to ensure that there's a credible traffic study before it goes to Planning Commission? What I want to avoid is a quasi-traffic study that's meant to be a persuasive argument, going through the whole process, having it appealed, comes back here, and then Supervisor McGordy says this study is not credible. How do we ensure that we have a credible study from the start?
Certainly. So I think, again, the department would be consulting with the California Department of Transportation and our County Department of Transportation on the methodology that would be utilized in that study. And similarly, once the study would be completed, it would be reviewed by those agencies and comments provided. So when we would come either back in front of the board or the Planning Commission, we would have in hand essentially comments from those agencies as to whether or not the document was adequate.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hashak?
Well, I'll move to remand this back to the Planning Commission and do the appropriate studies. I hate to say that because I hate to prolong this, but I think that that's what's recommended.
That is our staff recommendation. But I'm also hearing that we don't necessarily have to go back to the Planning Commission. So I'm trying to be, considerate of their time. And if we can just remand it back to staff for further consideration to make sure the studies are done and sort of save that step, I think that's more the direction I'd rather go.
For clarification, Supervisor McGordy, and to come back to the board.
Sorry?
And to come back to the board directly after staff has
Yeah,
reviewed
come back to
with
the board
Caltrans
directly.
regarding a new analysis. And I do believe I heard the recommendation not provide. That was the staff. Supervisor Williams.
Can we request cost recovery? This has gone on much longer, and it's in great part due to the applicant providing new information and then new information again last minute. I'm worried that we may have exhausted the permit fees.
Yes, so the applicant, when filing this was actually directed by the board, it's part of our resolution for our fees. All applications are subject to cost recovery, so we have expended the cost that was essentially paid by the applicant. At this point, it would be a billable hourly rate.
And that includes the time, our attorney time communicating with Caltrans and running the planning commission meeting, the meeting itself, everything that goes into the next steps. The reason I ask is because if we were to deny and start the process over again, we would recoup those costs through the normal application fee.
As it is, the cost recovery agreement, I believe, is specific to the Planning and Building Services Department staff. I do not believe that it extends to council.
Well, council is a rather expensive component of this. We're a broke county. I want to make sure we get recouped for actual costs. Is it possible for planning and building to bill for those services and then reimburse county council? And you can take it offline if you want, but
I was going to say, I'm not sure I can answer that on the fly here.
Perhaps see if there's broader support than one supervisor.
Just a point of order. I have a motion on the floor and I don't have a second, so I'm going to say that motion dies for lack of a second, and I'd be looking for a new motion.
I would move that we remand this appeal back to staff to clarify the traffic studies to be sure that they're adequate to enable the board to make a final decision.
Deputy County Counsel through the chair, and if that is a motion, I recommend that this hearing would then continue to a date uncertain.
Okay, and then yes, that as well, to continue to a date uncertain.
And I'll second the motion.
Thank you. I have a second by Jerry. Staff need any other clarifications? Okay. Vote by the button on that motion, please.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We are now on to item 4M, Chief Executive Officer's Report.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, Darcy Antle. The only thing attached today is the assessor's report, and it's as written. It was submitted as the assessor was out of the office prior to submit for the report at the end of the month. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on the CEO report? Seeing none in the room and seeing none online and seeing no pens up raised from the board, I'm going to move on to item 4N, and that is our legislative platform. There are no updates. Are there any board member questions or comments? Seeing none, are there any public members that wish to come forward? Seeing none in the room and none online, I will now move to item 4O, Supervisors Reports regarding board special assignments, standing and ad hoc committee meetings, and other items of general interest. Supervisor Jurdy.
Very briefly, this is the 10th year of Sonoma Clean Power, 8 years of Mendocino County being a partner in that. And we've dramatically reduced the greenhouse gas emissions of Mendocino County residents who get their power from Sonoma Clean Power. And they have a 10-year anniversary book. I'd like to put it in the entry lobby to the Board of Supervisors Executive Office so you can learn about what Sonoma Clean Power has done over the last 10 years.
Okay. Supervisor Hashuk?
Yes, Supervisor McGordy and I are on the General Government Committee. We had a meeting on April 24th. In that meeting, there was an update from the Cannabis Department and County Council. And County Council has looked at the ordinance that was inspired by a question from the public. And in that review of the ordinance in 10A 17-070, it had to do with the density issue on a parcel. And County Council's reading of that is that a person could have two different types of CCBL, cannabis cultivation business license, on one parcel. You know, in the past, it was always a person could have a license for mixed light or outdoor, and it could be up to 10,000 square feet, and also up to 12,000 square feet of a nursery. So a person could have had 22,000 square feet of cultivation. Just 10,000 would go to maturity. With the new reading and the charts that are used, that it doesn't say the density factor, so it says 10,000 per permit, 10,000 square feet per permit for each type. And so that's the interpretation of it currently that the department is going on. And it's not reworking anything in the ordinance, it's just reading the ordinance in a certain way, like how it's actually written. And so I just wanted to make sure people were aware of that. And if a person were to do 2 license types, they'd have to be different license types on that parcel, and one would have to, well, the second one would be a phase 3 license type. And so it wouldn't apply to anything in the resource lands, anything that's excluded at this point from the legacy issues. And so just wanted to bring that up to the board's awareness. I don't know if Supervisor McGorty has anything to add to that, but it's, in a way, it's controversial, and also it's just, when you read the actual wording in the ordinance, I can see where county council is saying, yeah, that's what it says. And so staff says that they can deal with it. Certainly the priority is to get people to their annual licensure. But without redoing the ordinance, that's what we're dealing with.
So just to clarify that, Supervisor Hasjack, that means that it would be possible for you to have 10,000 square feet of mixed light, 10,000 square feet of outdoor grow, and 12,000 feet of nursery, all in the same parcel?
No, there's a limit to two permits.
License. Okay.
Right?
Permits.
And that's the way it's been. It's just that reinterpretation of what that second permit could be.
Okay.
So was I?
Well, I mentioned
I'd like to
earlier
keep-
that the ad hoc committee dealing with the transient occupancy tax will have a agenda item on the 21st. I wanted to bring people's awareness to that.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McGorty.
So a few things. Supervisor Jurdy and I attended the North Coast Resource Partnership meeting in Weaverville. It's a very long drive, but a great experience. And one of the things that came up was their cannabis ad hoc discussion about the damage to public lands in Northern California, and it is significant. Illegal grows to the point where I recommended that the North Coast Resource Partnership consider declaring a multi-county environmental emergency. And what amazes me, some of the things that we saw were pictures of illegal pesticides brought in from China. And I'm thinking about how tightly we're regulated with agriculture pesticide use, and if we make a misstep, we can expect, very rapid action from the Department of Pesticide Regulation. Yet so many of these environmental crimes are just being ignored, and they're doing so much damage. It's kind of shocking. And I came back to a phone call about somebody who had leased property to a cannabis grower who's gone and wants to clean it up, and now he's facing really large bills from our code enforcement to take down the structures to the point where he just says, well, I'm just going to kind of leave stuff for now because I can't afford to do it. So I've talked a little bit with county council about us at a future date making a consideration about what's our priority to recoup those fees or to get things cleaned up, because I think we're going to be facing a lot of legacy abandoned grows that are going to need environmental remediation and general cleanup because of all the plastics that are used and things. So I'm just kind of putting that on your radar for the future for us to consider. The Ukiah Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency is kind of painfully working through a rate and fee study, which will impact pretty much everybody who lives inside of the basin boundaries. So we keep kind of getting new information that's making us rethink how we're going to assess fees to afford the organization that has to do groundwater monitoring and show that we're managing our groundwater sustainably and that we aren't having a net loss of water, groundwater that we're seeing recharge year after year. So that's something that's taken way more time than I thought it would, and we're still not done. And finally, I just wanted to talk about a really wonderful event that we had last Thursday, Friday, that was organized by Sonoma-Mendocino Economic Development District, with which we are members, and Anna Mackin is our staff member. Josh Metz and I kind of conceptualized this, but the idea is to take a look at how do we address two of the things we talked about today, item 3C and 3D. One is a local emergency related to climate change, and the second is a local emergency related to tree mortality. So the Biomass Utilization Symposium that we held at the UC Hopland Research and Extension Center addresses those problems head on, taking a look at how do we get more resilient forests again, how do we get forest health. It turns out that following intensive logging and restocking, we probably put way too many trees in. Where we should have 30 to 50 trees, we have 300 to 400. And with a long drought, that's really too many trees per acre, and nature's trying to do its own thinning. And the idea is there a way to speed up the process of doing that thinning and being able to have some sort of economic flow of resources to the people doing it so that they can afford to do it. And what we discovered in this seminar is that there's a lot of people that are thinking about this, and we saw really creative thinking, everything from alternative small-scale forest products such as logs less than 12 inches that are milled for making houses, and other building materials. We saw composting and enhancing the wood products to be add life and vitality to the soil, and probably inoculated with the right sort of biome. And then we also heard probably the most interesting thing is the whole idea of pyrolysis, where basically you heat the wood and then you harvest the gases off of it that can be used either to drive internal combustion motors or small-scale power plants to kind of assist the grid, or you can also make hydrogen or diesel or other kinds of petroleum substitutes. And the good news is that we are sitting on one of the best biomass producing spots on the planet in terms of our climate, with heat, sun, and soil. So we will always have plenty of biomass. So there's a sustainability factor in here if we can make the economics work out. The event was very well attended. There was over 120 people representing 5 different counties. 7 supervisors were there. The University of California Ag Natural Resources, CAL FIRE, U.S. Forest Service, numerous economic development agencies. And anyway, for me, it was a real watershed moment, so to speak, for how the northwest part of California can be a leader in this. And I'll finally lead you with the idea of how is it, the different ways that it could be funded. So Sonoma County has created a climate resiliency district, and they're prepared to actually assess people to make climate-friendly changes in Sonoma County, and that's one methodology that could be done. I think there could be private investment, private-public partnerships. So anyway, looking forward, we're not helpless as we face items 3C and 3D. There are solutions that over the course of the next 10 years we can do. Mendocino Redwood Products is probably going to be the first one to come online with fairly large-scale pyrolysis project that will generate electricity and also make hydrogen fuels just from the waste that they have around the plant. They'll reduce their carbon footprint by not having to truck all that stuff into compost makers or other uses. And at the same time, they will be generating or making biofuels. So that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hashek. Did you have a question for Supervisor McGorty on
Yeah.
this report?
So, your issue with the permitting for the cleanups of cannabis sites that have been abandoned, do you think that that's an issue for the General Government Committee?
Yes, it is. And
Okay.
I think the next step is that in discussions with our county council is that they want a little time to study it and kind of get some information about how that could work. So before we come to general government, they are sort of prepared to discuss it and not, they want to have more information to present to consider.
Okay, I just wanted to give the board the opportunity to hear that that might be coming to the General Government Committee.
Yeah, I think that's the logical way to go.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams, do you have a supervisor report?
We have good rainfall this year, but it's easy to forget about drought conditions. You remember that crazy thing we did where we shuttled water from Ukiah to Fort Bragg because that was the only legal place we could dump it, and then private haulers moved it from there to houses that needed it. We don't want to do that again. And so I took a field trip up to District 4 and looked at the water solution City of Fort Bragg put in. You're going to like this, Dan. They dug a hole in the ground and they filled it with water. It's that simple. They have 14 million gallons. It costs $3 million. They're building 3 more of these. And it kind of dawned on me when the county, while I've been here, has gotten engaged in planning for water. It seems like we get a little money, we spend a little bit of money, and it's on administrative and meetings, but it's not actually getting that hole in the ground that holds the water. And that's the thing that we need. I'm curious how we transition from talking about water to digging holes and buying liners. And this goes for all parts of the county. District 5 town of Mendocino has a major water problem, water shortage. That one impacts the entire county because if that town shuts down, we lose the TOT and the sales tax. Significant, it's spent throughout the county. But the South Coast also has water shortages, and I know inland has this problem as well. Curious if there's any support for moving forward. I understand there is state money available. I know Fort Bragg has secured state money and the county hasn't. I'm wondering why are the cities so successful and we don't have progress?
Well, Supervisor Williams, this item hasn't been agendized, but I think we've had a lot of conversations around water.
Yeah.
And in the Ukiah Valley, they're doing a lot of strong work related to water. And also, we are members of the Inland Water Power Commission. I think there's a variety of people that are working on water, and I agree with you that we haven't created a mechanism within the county to really address water countywide. Supervisor McGorty has brought a few items forward that were unfunded. Certainly doesn't look like we have funding now. So I would suggest that if 2 supervisors want to work on bringing forward a plan to agendize some type of plan, please do it. I'm happy to hear it.
Yeah, just to add to that, that's good advice. I'd also be sure that your constituents are behind you because I think that's been part of the problem in the past on coastal water development is that there was always a worry if we have too much water, then there'll be a lot of growth, and we really don't want that. So we want to be sure that the focus is on sustainability of communities and not a giant expansion of housing.
Well, and just a reminder, the 5th District is also an inland district and not just the village of Mendocino. For my supervisor's report, I included my February report in writing. I'm a little bit behind on the newsletter format, but I have been providing verbal reports. Today I'm not going to. What I'd like to do is in this item, and I would like to ask the board, I would like to ask any member of the board to make a motion to reconsider reopening item 4I, because there are members of the public that wish to speak on this item. So I'm going to go ahead and close supervisor's reports and ask if there's a member of the board that can make a motion to reopen item 4I.
So move.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Thank you. So item 4I was a discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution amending the position allocation table for the Director of Health Services. This relates to the combination of the behavioral health and public health. And I just want to say, you know, certainly I understand it can be challenging as a board member to get feedback from people that are dissatisfied with decisions that we make. We've made some efforts to provide means of confidentially reporting complaints that aren't to independently elected officials, so that people have a fair representation as they, you know, maybe struggling with challenges with a department reconstructing or relocation of offices, et cetera. We do have now that anonymous online platform, and we have resources through HR through which people can sort of address those complaints. I think one challenge, as I had mentioned, related to the merging of public health and behavioral health, is that this is something this board has considered through the closed session evaluation of the director of the combined units. And so it can be challenging when we send our staff down a path and then shift on them. And I've only been on the board for, well, 3.5 years. I've only been the chair for 5 years, and I can understand the frustration that people feel when we relocate an office or we merge a department, and we have all of these transitions going on. And I really feel like more staff input should be encouraged. And I keep saying that if we don't let staff, and I don't know how else to say this, but if we don't let staff fail, they'll never try to do anything different. And I've heard this board say over and over again that what we're doing isn't working and we need to do things differently. And if we don't give them the opportunity to do that, then you know, our expectations should be that they are frozen and don't make any change. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. If we keep doing the same thing and it hasn't been working, it's not going to. What I see is we keep executing without vetted plans. I want to see full plan before we act, right? Get all eyes on it, measure twice, cut once. And so I'm with you on that. I think we need to really vet this before we go forward.
Thank you, but we've already gone forward. Interim County Counsel Ross, I do want to open this up to public comment.
Yes, through the chair, James Ross, Interim County Counsel. In a motion to reconsider, there should be first a vote on whether to reconsider the item, and then you can move on to taking action on the item.
Okay, I'm not, okay.
Question for the chair.
Sure.
Are we reconsidering the item, or are we just allowing public comment that couldn't be heard earlier?
I think reconsideration of the item might come with a public comment. So I'm trying to take Interim County Counsel's direction. I do want for people to make sure that they have been heard. So if the board, the makers of the motions could include that we're reconsidering the item, then there will be a vote after the public comment, and we can move forward in that way.
I'm going to vote no on this. I'm fine hearing comment, but it's a little weird at the end of the meeting to reopen an item. I'm not seeing the justification just because people show up late to comment. You know, it's a bad pattern to put in motion.
As maker of the motion, I thought it was just for public comment. I didn't think we do the item.
Well, I don't think it has to be, Interim County Counsel, I really would like for members of the public to be heard, and I don't know, if we, in my opinion, if in order to allow that process, we need to reconsider the item, then I am in support of that. I also...
I see two options.
Okay.
One would be to reopen it for public comment, and then at the close of that, you could consider a motion to reconsider.
Okay.
Which would then take a vote, and then you'd reconsider the item, or you just have the public comment, and it would be finished after that.
Okay, well, thank you. That was not my understanding of what you said originally, so I appreciate the clarification. So I did have a motion to reopen the item to hear public comment. Does that still work for the makers
Yes.
of the motion? Okay.
That's for
Do I
me.
need to have a vote on that, Interim County Counsel Ross?
Yes.
All right, if we could just vote by the button to reopen the public comment on item 4I.
The motion carries with Supervisor Drudy dissenting.
Okay, thank you for that very much. I appreciate that. If there are any members of the public that wish to speak on item 4I, if you could come to the podium. If there are any members of the public on Zoom that wish to speak, you can use the Zoom raise hand feature or use *9 on your phone.
Good afternoon. Angel Slater, Public Health, Disaster Relief Nurse Manager. So we weren't prepared to say anything because we thought it was a slam dunk, because the lady that we're talking about, Janine Miller, has been doing this job for at least 11 months since I've been in public health without reimbursement, without any extra pay. She took a mess and she is rebuilding. And I'm very proud of the progress. And from what I can see today, we have stopped all progress. And I want to just share with you that it would be in Janine's best interest to not take on both programs, both behavioral health and public health, because the woman's working 5 days a week, all hours of the night, without any any reimbursement or support. And we're doing the best we can, but we can only do so much. So from the time that we heard that it was voted down to now, we have gathered signatures from every single person in the building. 49 employees in the building today signed a letter stating they want this reversed. So here's the letter. May's going to read it, but I just want to share my dissatisfaction and feel like lack of support for a manager or for a director that has went above and beyond without recognition and without extra reimbursement or salary. Thank you for reopening this to hear us out. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Board, Council, CEO Antle. I'm reading you the letter that the staff created today in response to comments. Dear members of Board of Supervisors, the dedicated employees of Public Health and Behavioral Health Departments are waiting
Excuse me, could you lean a little bit more into the
Yes.
microphone? I can't hear you.
Let me start from the top then. Dear members of the Board of Supervisors, we, the dedicated employees of the Public Health and Behavioral Health Departments, are writing to express our concerns regarding the recent decision to decline the creation of a Health Services Director position to oversee our departments. While we understand the complexities involved in administrative decisions, we are deeply disappointed and feel compelled to share our perspectives on this matter. Janine Miller, who has admirably taken on the role of overseeing both departments, has been instrumental in fostering collaboration and unity among us. Her leadership has brought a renewed sense of purpose and teamwork, significantly enhancing our effectiveness in serving the community. We are deeply worried that if we do not create a fair position for her that encompasses all of the work she is doing to oversee our departments, another county or organization will. Janine has a rare level of talent, even for those in the highest levels of leadership, and losing someone of this distinction would be a significant blow to our departments and to the community that we serve. We believe that recognizing Janine's expanded responsibilities with the creation of a Health Services Director position is essential. Not only would this acknowledge her hard work and dedication, but it would also ensure the continued success of our departments under her remarkable leadership. Investing in effective leadership is crucial for the well-being of our community, and retaining someone of Janine's caliber should be a priority. Approving reimbursement for a job she was directed to take months ago should have been a matter of routine. We would have been present in public comment had we any realization that such a formality required advocacy. Thank you for your consideration of our perspective in this matter. We urge you to carefully weigh the implications of your decision and take action that is in the best interest of Mendocino County residents.
Thank you. Can we have a clear restatement of your name for the record?
May Payne, Staff Services Manager.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that wish to come forward on this item? Okay, and if there are any members of the public online, I have one call-in user that is not identified, so if you could please unmute and be heard, and if you could state your name for the record, please.
Karen Lovato, Acting Deputy for Behavioral Health and Recovery Services and Public Health. I would just like to express my support for what was expressed by the previous two members. It's one thing to ask for more information in the future on plans and descriptions, but to not reimburse someone that you directed to do work feels exploitative and inconsistent with the message of trying to reduce redundancies. We would really like you to reconsider this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any additional hands raised. Supervisor, and I'm not seeing anyone else come forward in the public. Supervisor Hashak, do you have a?
Just to clarify, there was the vote earlier today on this was a 3-2 vote. Is that correct?
Yes.
So for anyone to reconsider it, it would have to be out of the 3 who voted in the majority.
Interim County Counsel Ross.
Through the chair, James Ross, Interim County Counsel. I believe on a motion to reconsider, which would be whether or not to take up the item again, that it can be just a majority vote of the board.
To have
To
a
reconsider.
reconsideration. Okay. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, here's my issue. I may actually support this concept. I just want to see a plan. That's good government, is you show the public the plan, you let them comment on it first. You don't have your staff just implement it and then bring it to the board after the fact to rubber stamp. So when I hear that it's rolled back because of our vote earlier, nothing should be rolled back. All we did is ask for a plan before we formally merge these positions. Let us see what the roadmap looks like for the next couple of years.
CEO Antle?
I would just restate some of that was presented to you in February. And if you want it in public, I'm sure. I don't believe that. I mean, earlier there was a comment saying that you had asked for an org chart and a 360 review. Honestly, if that was expressed at some point, I don't recall it. And maybe we have to go back and look in the minutes to see if that happened, but I certainly don't ever recall that. And I know there's been individual discussions with all of you about this process.
Supervisor Hashak?
Rule 27, the motion to reconsider, it says any member of the board who votes in the majority on a question, as well as any member who was absent, is eligible to make a motion to reconsider.
So just to provide clarification, this Board of Supervisors moved to combine 2 departments, and we have 1 person overseeing. So the item that we're considering today is related to removing from the position allocation table the 2 departments and making that person the director of 1 department. And as I said before, we have had public items in consideration, including budget items, to discuss merging these departments. We have talked about the efficiencies that have been created through merging administration staff. We have talked about the efficiencies that have been made by consolidating market and outreach. So certainly, if, again, I'll just say, in my opinion, if the board would like to have more information in public, I don't think that there's any problem with bringing that forward to the board. I think that the concern is that, again, we're providing direction to staff and not following through with the rest of the processes. And CEO Antle, did you have?
Yeah, this is, again, you approved this in December. It was just an administrative error not to have this part of the position allocation table in the reso. And you know, Deputy CEO Johnson can speak to that. That's the normal process that would happen routinely and historically here. Again,
Supervisor Hashak?
Well, as far as process goes, it sounds like we're trying to reconsider this, and yet we don't have a motion And so it needs to come from someone who voted in the majority for us to really continue this debate, I think.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
Well, I'm debating whether to reconsider, right? This is the reconsideration, whether to reconsider. We must already have a plan. If we're this far along, if it's decided, there must be a plan. Is it possible to just bring that up and show the board?
Supervisor Williams, it's in your closed session items for Director Miller's
I can't talk about
evaluation.
closed session. I don't
Okay, we'll bring the presentation forward.
I
Yeah.
don't keep closed session items, and to date, I've never seen a comprehensive plan. I've seen a concept.
I think that the executive office would be happy, and I, as the chair, would be happy to bring the comprehensive plan forward to the board.
Great.
If we could reconsider the salary. Supervisor McGordy.
I think that would be great to bring the plan forward, and then we can close this item. And I think once we're sure we know what we're doing, it's too often we're sort of making a move and then following up on it later and trying to correct something that should have been brought up to begin with and made really clear. And, okay, we said we were going to merge the two departments, but I don't remember a highly detailed plan with org charts and everything else. So maybe my memory's slipping, but.
CEO Antle, are there two department heads positions in the budget through 23, 24, or 24, 25, or is there one?
One.
Thank you. So this would be to a cost of roughly $200,000, $250,000 that would need to be included in the budget if we were not to move forward with this item.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm going to disagree with that. I don't see that as an actual, that's to get the board to rubber stamp it. The matter here is the VSO was moved. That was a bad process.
That wasn't Dr. Miller.
I know. I'm saying we recognized it after the fact. That never should have happened, right? I don't want another one of those. So I'm looking at this where we're so far along yet we haven't had a presentation about where it is, where it's going. This board is not in the driver's seat on what's happening with this merger.
Again, that information was presented in February, and you voted on this in open session in December.
Okay. Well, it appears as though we are adjourned.